At this time, I call the August 11th meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners to order. On behalf of the commissioners and the staff, I welcome everyone to the meeting. We begin our meeting with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. For the invocation, you're welcome to stand and join us, or you're welcome to have your own individual prayer, or you can use this time for a moment of silence. Commissioner Gwen Wilkins will give the invocation, after which I will lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Wilkins.
Everyone stand. Eternal God, thank you for waking us this morning and starting us on our way. Help us to remember that as we go through each day, you are our refuge and strength and ever-present help in times of trouble. Quiet our restless thoughts and replace them with the stillness of your presence. Remind us that you are bigger than any situation we face. Calm our minds. Teach us to release what we can't control and to rest in you, rest in what we know. And Lord, please comfort and strengthen the families of Raymond Evans Jr. and his stepdaughter, Lottie Alston, that lost their lives in the raging waters last Wednesday. Bless and keep Police Lieutenant Jason Leary, who tried to save them. And Lord, I ask you to bless and protect all our emergency responders who assisted that day and assist every day to keep citizens safe. This we all ask in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Commissioners, if you would note in your agenda item number 24, that is being pulled for some additional information that we were expecting this morning, but we did not receive it. So we're pulling that from the agenda today. We have two sets of minutes for approval today from our regular meeting of July 7th and the July 17th special call meeting. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Without objection, we will approve both sets of minutes with one motion. Commissioner Davis made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. The minutes are approved. Now we will go to agenda item number 5, public comments. A time for public comments is provided at the first regularly scheduled monthly Board of Commissioners meeting. This time is for the public to provide feedback to Nash County government. We're always glad to hear from our citizens and ask that all speakers adhere to the following guidelines. Each speaker will be given 3 to 5 minutes for comments with notification of time at 4 minutes. County Attorney Mike Gaynor will be our timekeeper. To avoid repetition, groups of individuals supporting the same position are encouraged to designate a spokesperson to address the board on their behalf. Speakers will be allowed to speak once at each meeting, addressing the board without reference to individual members and conforming to reasonable standards of courtesy. No dialogue between the speakers and the board should occur. Speakers must make comments from the audience podium and shall not otherwise approach the commissioners or staff without consent by the chair. Your comments will be noted, and if you have provided contact information, you will receive follow-up from our staff as appropriate. If you signed up to speak on a subject that is already on the agenda, for example, a rezoning matter with a public hearing, please hold your comments until this matter comes up. There should be no interruption from anyone in the audience, for example, clapping or talking before, during, or after each speaker's comments. This will allow us to move forward productively. This morning we have quite a few speakers that wish to speak. I will call on them in the order that they signed up. We will start with Mayor of Spring Hope, Kyle Pritchard. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you all for allowing me to be here to present this morning. And we're going to go ahead and just jump right into the slide. And when I was here last time, there was a 5-minute timer somewhere on the screen, so I could make sure that I sped up.
We'll let you
Is
know
there
at
any way
4
that I
minutes,
could
sir.
see that clock?
We'll let you know at 4 minutes.
Perfect. That sounds good. Thank you all so much. So we're going to start off with, this was a tragedy that happened in Spring Hope, but we're looking to make a statewide action out of it. So we've got our briefing here. Next slide. What happened? 2 Lewisburg residents lost their lives in Spring Hope, ages 24 and 55, from flash flooding on Highway 581 North. Spring Hope police officer, Lieutenant Leary, dove into the waters to save the victims and try to rescue them. And thankfully, he did make it out. The Spring Hope Fire Department was able to get him out. He was washed downstream. The region was under flash flood warnings, and they had 5 inches of localized rain in Raleigh and even more once it got here. So let's look at a simple reason why it happened on the next slide. And why it happened, a systems view. Watershed scale runoff exceeded small channel capacity during a short, intense cloud burst storm. Local retention ponds functioned per permit but cannot offset upstream impervious growth on their own. Fragmented standards and jurisdictions, state, federal, municipal, county, DOT, private, and subdivision, diffuse accountability, and sometimes slow fixes, not intentionally, not because they want to, it's just how government works. I know all of you have a servant's heart. Grading and watershed plans met permit for the subdivision requirements, but that has not prevented repetitive local flooding within the subdivisions when they experience cloud burst. Next slide. Our posture, from loss to leadership, we want to honor the victims by acting with urgency and humility. We want to lead collaboratively. This is not about pointing fingers at anyone at all. We will accomplish nothing by doing that. Collaboratively, towns, counties, state, federal agencies, and private sector, the developers. It's really important that we also work with the developers. Focus on data-driven watershed-wide solutions to prevent repeat tragedies. We'll get to this section towards the end, but we're really looking for simply a resolution of support. We're not here to ask for money from you guys. We're not here to make demands. We're just looking for support. And what that support would look like is endorsing the creation or showing a resolution of support to create the SFFAC, which is the statewide Flash Flood Action Committee, and currently there is not one that addresses specifically flash flooding. We look at the membership, North Carolina Emergency Management, NCDEQ, MLLR, and Water Resources, DOT, USGS, NC Finman, NC Flood Inundation Mapping and Alert, if you didn't know, DEM, Army Corps, municipalities, counties, and developers. Again, it's important that we do work with them. Kind of a charge that we're looking at, something we think we can accomplish, is within 60 days, identify priority hotspots, recommend interim fixes, and propose funding pathways. You've got the BRIC grants, the HMPG, Infrastructure Investments, Job Act. Those were a few that may be our easiest first solutions. Next slide. Immediate first fix, kind of put a timeline together of some things that we can work on the first 30 days. We can deploy additional Finman USGS stage and range sensors at Spring Hope hotspots and key upstream tributaries. We can do a stand-up county-town incident data room, whether it's online or it's somewhere at a county or a town office. Begin 24/7 alert integration with Finman plus Code Red, wireless alerts for road closures at low water crossings. We can politely and humbly ask NCDOT and the county to inspect and camera prioritize critical culverts, clear debris, and note undersized structures. Request North...
4 minutes.
1 minute.
You're at 4 minutes.
Oh, gosh. I'm not going to finish any of this. Maybe I should schedule a time when I could come back and present this. It's very important. We lost 2 lives, and
Why don't you work with our staff and our county manager and do that? Schedule a time where you can provide that information to us.
yeah. Well, if you could extend the time where we were just talking about that, please. I'll try to get done with as much as I can in my time.
You got 1
add the
minute,
wasted
1 minute,
time.
sir.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we look at things we can do specific to Bryson's Ridge, the different studies that are listed there. Next slide. This is talking about implementing sensors that would be at the floodshed areas. It would be able to test velocity and water level, and it could alert lights and sirens at the local area to warn motorists not to go through. North Carolina context, just giving you some more information. NC Stream Initiative has helped, but it hasn't done enough. Standard Design use NCDEQ minimums as a standard to start. Advanced watershed-based requirements.
Mayor Pritchard, that concludes your time. What I'd recommend, because you've got a lot of information there, and I don't think this board can digest all of that information this morning, so why don't we work with you to schedule a time? We can do that as urgently as you feel necessary.
Okay.
To meet with you. We can do that as soon as possible and develop whatever you feel like you need, and I feel sure this board will work with you for a resolution and whatever other needs you might have.
Okay.
Would that work for you, sir?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for letting me speak.
Mr. Chairman, that should have been on the agenda with the
Mr.
information he
Belfield,
had.
we're going to reschedule a time to do that, sir. That's quite a bit of information. All right, next for public comments will be Wilma Jones DeRosa. Good morning, Ms. DeRosa. If you would again, for the record, just state your name for the record, that would be great.
Wilma Jones DeRosa.
Thank you, ma'am.
I work for Nash County Schools. 2 months ago, y'all passed the county budget, and not one extra dollar went to our public schools. We say we put students first. That's not what's happening. In 3rd through 5th grade, we've got classes over 30 students. We are the 5th worst in the whole state for jobs in our schools. And for 3 years, funding hasn't gone up, while the price of eggs went from less than $2 to over $4.50. That's the squeeze we feel every time we buy groceries. Look at the report card behind me. The one we'll be sharing with our coworkers and the folks in the community after tonight. Wilson County takes care of their people with a 7% supplement for classified staff. We've got more money than some of our neighbors, but we give less to our schools. If we want good schools, we need to keep good people. That means raising the supplement for all staff this year. Not later, not when it's easier, now. Our kids cannot wait. And last but not least, thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have a Ms. Harris. Is that a Ms. Harris? Yes. I cannot make out your first name. Is that Thelma? If you would just please state your name for the record at the podium, I would appreciate it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Thelma, Thelma Harris. And I work for Nash County Schools. 2 months ago, you all passed the county budget with nothing extra for our schools. Since 2018-19, we've come a long way. Back then, we were near the bottom in school performance. Now, only 2 of our schools are low performing. We have moved up to 75 spots in the state. That's because of the people in our schools, not luck. But now we've got crowded classrooms. We're still 1
of the worst counties for vacancies. It's been 3 years with no funding increases, while prices keep going up. Eggs alone went up from under $2 to over $4.50. Check the report card behind me. Wilson County shows respect. They give a 7% supplement to classified staff. We can't keep moving forward if we don't take care of the people who got us here. Raise the supplement this year. We also have these. What do you think? Our county commissioner report card behind me. And it reads, 3rd to the 5th grades have class size 30 students or more. 5th grade worst school district, 5th worst school district in the entire state for vacancies. Among our direct neighbors, Nash provides the least local per person, per pupil funding. We provide less per student than Halifax. Local funding has not increased in 3 years, while the price of eggs have doubled for less than $2 to over $4.50. Neighboring counties have classified supplements. Why don't we? Wilson provides a 7% classified supplement. We need your help. If you're not for us, then you are against us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Harris. Our next speaker will be Christine Wallers. Christina Wallers. If you would state your name at the podium for the record, I would appreciate it.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is
Morning.
Christina Walters, and I work for the Nash County Public Schools. 2 months ago, you passed the county budget without giving our public schools a single extra dollar. This is about choice. You chose where the money goes. You choose where the money goes, and right now, you're choosing not to fund our schools, while other counties with less money are doing better. It's been 3 years since you raised our school funding. In that time, our class sizes have grown, our vacancy rates is one of the worst in North Carolina, and the price of groceries has gone through the roof. Eggs alone cost more than twice what they used to. The report card behind me shows you where each of you stand. Starting tomorrow, we will be handing these to our coworkers, our neighbors, so the whole community knows. Some of you have stepped up, others haven't. People will see the truth for themselves. If you believe in putting students first, prove it. Raise the supplement now, not promises, not studies, action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Jim Lafser. Mr. Lafser, if you would state your name at the podium for the record, I would appreciate it.
My name's James Lafser, Jim. I've been a resident of Nash County for 26 years. You are our government. You're public servants. Everything you do and Nash County government should do should be a beyond approach. You call this meeting to order. You had a quorum. You posted this. This is all laws. It's covered in laws. Everything you do is covered in laws. Every part of our government is covered by laws, except our tax department for some reason. I met with the tax department a couple months ago, as you know, and since then I've been doing a lot of going back and forth, and I want to thank one member for helping me, but I can't point him out. Thank you. I have been told so many untruths. I can't verify a single thing they told me. I'm going to give you some examples of these untruths. Number one, the maximum amount of depreciation or decrease in value of your personal property, cars, trailers, by law is 10% for cars, 7% for trailers. It's the law. To be a law, I want to define for y'all, this shouldn't happen, but I'm going to define to you a law. A law is written. That's the first thing. It's written. You can't show me this law. It doesn't exist. It's not the law, but I was told repeatedly it was. 35 days ago, I said this to y'all. Somebody said they will get back to me. Someone will contact me. The only thing I received was a one-page version of a law, leaving out the most important parts, by the way. No one contacted me. I contacted the tax department, since I can't say the name. And then after I asked permission, I was contacted. And I want to thank that person for helping me. They didn't really help. They kind of told me where we stood. Another example of this is I have 3 vehicles. They're all taxed, assessed taxed differently. I was told it's the law. Show it to me. You can't. It doesn't exist. There is no law saying that. The last example I want to give to you is my camper. I received the bill in September, or October. We paid it. We're going through a lot of medical problems. I didn't pay attention until I'd take care of the finances, until I put it in our budget, and oh my gosh, I saw it. So I called your tax office and said, hey, wait a minute. You're taxing me way above. It's $10,000 over the value. I was told by the tax department, yeah, there was a problem with our taxes and we over-evaluated trailers this year. I'm sorry. Well, give me a refund. Oh, you should have appealed it. Speaking of appeal, I was told by the tax department head that the website on the top of the bill is a dead website. Told you that 35 days ago. My neighbor just got their tax bill. It's still on there dead, but I was told it was corrected. So anyway, during my meeting, I was shown my tax bill for my trailer that's due in October, after September, which means it's supposed to be evaluated as of the value as of January 1, 2026. I was shown, but I was not allowed to keep it because it's too early to give it to me. And the value on it was as of January 1, 2025, in their opinion. I said, no, 2026 is what the law says, it's written. Oh, no, that's not right, I was told. 3 times, thank you. 3 times I was told that's not right. Finally, they said to me and my wife, the law is wrong. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Since you're not going to do anything for it, I'm not going to shut up. I told you last meeting, in the words of Admiral Yamamoto, you have awakened a sleeping giant, and you have filled me with resolve. I intend to file Freedom of Information Acts. I'm going to ask for the Nash County's tax last audit. I want to see if it was a real audit or if it was done by someone's cousin's mother's uncle. I used to be an auditor, I know. I'm going to file a complaint with the state because nobody here, unless I jump and make a comment, nobody did anything that I can tell, except for one person who did after I said I wish to come before y'all again, and that was Thursday. 30-plus days, nothing, except for 1 page.
Thank you, Mr. Lathrop.
For God's sake, you're the guard, act like it.
Our next speaker will be Jerry Barnes. Mr. Barnes, if you'd state your name at the podium, I would appreciate it for the record.
My name's Jerry Barnes, resident of Nash County for about 40 years or so, and in the area since I was born. So in any case, Chairman Outlaw, Nash County Commissioners, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Jerry Barnes, and I'm a longtime resident of Nash County and Red Oak community, and Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you this morning regarding some troubling concerns that have been observed by many over these past several years. A few years ago, Nash County Department of Social Services failed in their mission to protect and safety and well-being of Nash County citizens, and people died, and the state of North Carolina had to step in and take care of Nash County Department of Social Services. Last year, Nash County EMS was allowed to fall into a state of unpreparedness. Nash County EMS was grossly understaffed. The EMS stations were forced to close. Ambulances were placed out of service for safety reasons. Adjoining EMS services had to cover Nash County EMS service calls, putting lives and the safety of Nash County citizens at unnecessary risk, and sadly, probably costing some Nash County citizens their life. The Nash County also let its jail fall into such disrepair that yet again the state of North Carolina had to step in and get involved. I clearly remember Sheriff Keith Stone begging this board for resources. Words that fell on deaf ears until the state of North Carolina got involved. Now, more recently, we have more and sad and shameful issues at the animal shelter known as the Pet Connection. We have accounts of animals being abused, illegally being put down, not properly cared for, and animals dying as a result of this negligence. This is a tough management style to observe as a Nash County resident, a citizen, and a human being. The present Nash County system of management repeatedly requires intervention from the state of North Carolina with demands of conformity, written communication, fines and citations, and is management in absentia. This is beyond mismanagement. Poor management might operate in ignorance of facts or warnings, but performance we've seen lately is a rebellion to both informed internal sources and other oversight governing bodies. Nash County deserves a little better than this. Thank you. Jerry Barnes.
Thank you for your comments, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Barnes. Next speaker will be Joseph Hartsfield.
I'm speaking on the R20 rezone map.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hartsfield, appreciate it. Elizabeth Dickerson.
I'm speaking on the same thing.
Thank you, ma'am. And looks like Mr. Richardson or Miss Richardson. Is that Tanya? Tanjay? Not in the room? Okay, well, that would conclude our public comments for the morning. We'll now move to agenda item number 6, which is Employee Service Awards. Ask our Human Resources Director, Tim Kerrigan, to come up and present the item. Morning, Mr. Kerrigan.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman and Board. Each month, Nash County acknowledges employees who have completed 5 or more years of service to the county. Department heads distribute service pins to employees who have completed 5 to 15 years of service. This month, our board is giving special recognition to employees and retirees who have reached a milestone of 20 years or more by presenting them with a service pin and a certificate during this open session. At this time, we will invite the board to come down behind the podium in order to honor these individuals. Each employee will next be called individually along with their department heads or supervisor, if available, to come receive their certificate and take a photo. Pins will be distributed in the hallway afterwards, and we will begin with years of service, followed by retirees.
Just mention before we come down, once we complete all of the recognitions and the board returns to their seat, I'd like to allow them time to make any comments they wish to make before any of the employees leave.
Yes, sir. Wonderful. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And if you will now come down.
Everybody come down, we're going to take pictures.
First, with 20 years of service, is Bruce Hadley. Do you want to be here? Thank you. Next, with 20 years of service, Benjamin Leake. Next, with 20 years of service, Bethany McKnight. Also with 20 years of service, Donnie Pittman. I do not see Mr. Pittman. 25 years of service, Van Bachelor. There he is. "25 years of service, Nikki Blanton. 25 years of service, Virginia Carpenter. "25 years of service, Anthony Farmer. 25 years of service, Ryan Hartman. And 25 years of service, Sherry Winstead. You can send it to her. And we also have 30 years of service and more, but those will be recognized with retirement. First, we have Juliet Sharp. And keep in mind, some of these retirees, we might get them as they've just retired, some as they're about to retire, and some absolutely want to come up here in this presentation, and some are happy to go about their retirement. Next is Helen Curry. Brian Ricks. Clarice Edmond. Jeffrey Wilkins. Stan Ricks. Vernon Battle. Angela Ricks. Shannon Lee. Claudia Hedgepeth. Alfonso Knight. Rose Taylor. Eddie McCoy. Yes, sir. And in that group, we also have Bryant Fisher, 30 years. He will be recognized here shortly with a special recognition. Thank you all.
Any commissioner have any comments? Any comments? Commissioner Leggett?
I'd like to express my gratitude to the employees for all of their years of service. I think the ones retiring, just me saying thank you doesn't feel like enough, but thank you. Your commitment is very much appreciated, and we wish you all well in your retirement. And those employees that are still here working, thank you.
Anyone else have comments?
I appreciate,
Mr. Arrington?
yeah, I appreciate the dedication that our employees have shown to our county with that lengthy time of service with us. We really appreciate your commitment, and those who are retiring, I hope you enjoy your retirement as much as you have working with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. Other comments? Commissioner Davis?
I too would like to thank all of those that fell in those three groups. If my math is correct, standing doing it on the fly, that was about 780 hours, years, that had been dedicated to Nash County. 780 years is a lot of years by that group of employees, being 20, 25, and 30 years. And of course, when you add in all of those other ones that get the awards at other times, it normally approaches 1,600 years each cycle that we do this, or each year that we do this. And I personally like to thank every one of you. It is unusual to have long-term careers with one employee, as we all know, with the generations that are coming up behind us. They generally do not do that, but that cycle too will change as years goes on, I'm sure. But again, thank you for all each one of you have done for Nash County, and it is greatly recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Belfield?
Well, I want to thank all them people that work for Nash County. Maybe some of them with 20 years probably still working. And I know there are many challenges out there that you face to help make Nash County a better county for the citizens here that live here, and maybe some migrate here. And the challenges are still there, and you, from time to time, go to workshops and different places to get ideas that you can bring back and make Nash County a better place, and we sure appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins?
I was going to say, I just can't comprehend 30 years, 25 years either. I mean, at IBM, I was only there for about 9 years, and then my longest stint was at Kitty Aerospace in Wilson for 13, and went back as a contractor when they became Collins for 2 years, but the experience that goes with that, so I just hate that for us to lose all that experience, and I hope those employees that are retired or will definitely stay in touch with the county employees in case there's any wisdom they can impart on them. So thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Any other comments? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd just like to say, you know, our employees here in the county is our biggest asset. It's the most valuable asset that we have here in the county. And we are in the service business, and they've dedicated their life to their work family. So I just want to thank them for their service, and then also congratulate them to be able to go home and spend time with their personal family now and make up for lost time. So just thank you for all your efforts and what you've done for the county, for the citizens of Nash.
Thank you, Commissioner Howell. My desire is that we recognize our employees for their service and when they retire, and I feel like it's important that it's recognized with this full board. Therefore, we take them down, we try to take a picture. I want this board to be shown as standing behind our employees. We value our employees. Our employees make the difference, and we regret when we lose an employee to retirement, but we understand, we wish them much success in their future endeavors, and just thank you, commissioners, for your comments, and I want to congratulate all these people and thank them for their many, many years of dedicated service to what I consider to be the finest county in North Carolina. With that said, we'll move to agenda item number 7, retirement of K-9 Officer Pinka. Sheriff Stone, are you going to be making that presentation?
Chief Wilson will.
Thank you, sir. That'll be fine. Good morning, Chief Wilson.
Good morning, sir. If it's okay, I'd like for Major Jenkins and Sergeant Smith and K-9 Pinka to
Yes, sir, that'd be great.
accompany me. Hey, good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'd like to come before you this morning and ask for the retirement of K-9 Officer Pinka. If I may, I'll read the bio, but Pinka has been with the Sheriff's Office since basically 2018, and due to some unforeseen circumstances, she's not able to continue her duties with us. And I'll read this, and then we'll have a few more words. K-9 Pinka was born in December of 2016 in Poland. She came to the United States in 2017. She went to Highland Kennels in Harmony, North Carolina, where she began her training as a K-9 officer, full service dog. On October 16th, she became a member of in 2018, she became a member of the Nash County Sheriff's Office, and she was initially assigned to our highway interdiction team, where she was an extremely valuable asset in locating narcotics and criminals on our interstate. Pinka is a dual-purpose canine trained in narcotics detection, where she's imprinted on different type of narcotics, 6 different types. She also tracks and trailing article detection. She's wonderful as far as sending her out, finding things that are missing, apprehension and handler protection. She has been assigned to different divisions, the Highway Interdiction Team, Narcotics Division, Patrol Division, and the Criminal Investigation Division while being at the Sheriff's Office. Pinka has had 3 different handlers, with Sergeant Smith being the last handler. With the handler, she's made significant impact on the criminal element within Nash County. She has located approximately 30 kilograms of cocaine, over 6 kilograms of methamphetamine, a kilogram of heroin. She's found 9 stolen firearms. This is where people run and throw weapons away, and she's able to locate them. She's located 5 wanted suspects on tracks and located hundreds of thousands of dollars with criminal proceeds. Canine Pinka was also a favorite at Cooper's Elementary School, where she was assigned to patrol. She would walk the halls with her handler and conduct many demonstrations. Canine Pinka is loved by both students and the teachers. Due to an injury to her foot back in October of 2024, part of her foot had to be treated, partially amputated, and based upon that and her prognosis of returning after talking to the vet, we are recommending that she be retired, and Sergeant Smith wants to retain control over her where we believe that she needs to be. So with that, we're asking the board if they would approve that.
Sergeant Smith, would you like to make any comments, sir? That's a beautiful, beautiful animal.
I'd just like to thank the Sheriff's Office for allowing me to have Canine Pinka. Best job I've had.
I understand, sir. Congratulations.
As y'all can see, being a canine handler, you develop such a tight closeness to your partner. So it's hard once something is given up, and that's actual retirement, and it's a job that he loved to do. So thank y'all for your consideration.
Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner
I
Wilson?
just want to say, unfortunately, I have the reputation of noticing everything, and while Sergeant Smith was standing there, I saw the muscles in your cheek tightening. I saw your mouth bite, and I could tell this was not easy for you. And my heart goes out to you. You love that dog, I can tell, or your partner, I can tell. And so,
Thank you.
Other comments?
Major Wilson,
Commissioner Arrington?
I believe Pinka, she understood everything that you said.
Yes, sir.
Her ears were straight up, at attention. Congratulations, young lady. You have served us well, and we hope that she's enjoyed her retirement.
Thank you, sir.
Other comments? Commissioner Davis?
One thing I noticed, and I don't know why I noticed such, but I noticed when the camera walked here behind me, that the dog, Pinka looked right straight at the camera, so apparently you have trained her what to do when it gets picture time as well. But obviously, you think a lot of the animal, and I'm certainly glad that it will be able to stay with you in its retirement, sir.
Other comments?
One thing that
Commissioner Belfield?
One thing that I noticed, that it's amazing what a dog can learn. You train them, and they can do just about anything you want them to do that they've been trained in. And I've watched them and seen them, and I know as they age, they lose some of that expertise that they have. And it comes a time when you have to retire them from that function. But they live on.
Other comments? Well, just kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Wilkins said, it's obvious you do love Canine Pinka, but it's pretty obvious he loves you too, sir. So congratulations, Canine Pinka. You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Legg. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
We'll now move to agenda item number 8, SRO program update and recognition by the Center for Safer Schools as a flagship program for the state of North Carolina. Will you be making a presentation, sir? On behalf of Sheriff Stone?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sergeant Kevin Biscuit of Nash County Sheriff's Office, and first and foremost, thank you for allowing us to speak today. It's just piggyback what you were talking about with the showing support for your employees. This is one way that we're showing support for our school resource officers. We were recognized by Center for Safer Schools as being one of the flagship programs for school resource officers inside the state. The policies and procedures that we're writing now are actually being set forth for future dates as best recommended practices. In the past 2 months alone, the school resource officers, which 2 months is a very short amount of time, we partnered with the Autism Society, and all our SRO officers have completed autism training, which is above and beyond what the state recommendation is. State recommendation is for CIT training, which is crisis intervention training. It's a 40-hour program that touches a variety of different mental health, including autism. It's our deputies have completed, that's a one-time program. So one time throughout the course of your tenure as the SRO to get that certification, you have to complete that 40-hour program. Now we've rolled forward where it's the autism training. We've partnered with the Autism Society, so we have that designation. The deputies actually completed the online training to receive a certification saying that, yes, we have training above and beyond in autism, specifically through the Autism Society, who specializes in this. Above that, we didn't stop there. We actually partnered with Cross River Therapy, which is one of the local organizations, so that our deputies actually go through and spend one rotation inside Cross River Therapy so they can have hands-on experiences with people with different disabilities as well as autism. So across the board, our deputies are well-rounded. In addition to that, we just partnered with Trillium Health so that we can actually have 3 different levels of mental health training, which is going to be youth, adult, and teen mental health. Again, this is above and beyond what the state recommendations is, much less a federal recommendation. Nash County is setting the goal and the bar for all school resource officers. This training is important, but that's only part of what we did in the past couple months. In the past 2 months, we've actually purchased ballistic shields for all school resource officers and have gone through ballistic shield training. This is important because stereotypically, this training and equipment is only reserved for SWAT team members. However, all school resource officers from the Nash County Sheriff's Office, they're provided with those shields. We have the proper training, so any issues that come involved into the school systems, we're able to accurately take care of that. Whenever you have a gunman shooting downrange, shooting through hallways, we have SROs that have shields where they can now make full advancements as opposed to having to hide behind cover. This is just one of the many initiatives that Sheriff Stone has put into place and that we're rolling out. We have received the recognition from Center for Safer Schools as being a proactive organization, and we'll continue to make those strides. We have also purchased breaching shotguns for all school resource officers. The breaching shotguns, it's an extra level of fail-safe protection. So what that means is, in the event that there's an active shooter, someone's barricaded inside a room, your cards don't work, your keys don't work. Now all SROs have breaching shotguns where they're able to shoot the locks off. Those breaching shotguns that are actually specialized ammunition where it doesn't impede inside the room. So you shoot the lock, but it's safe inside the room, so you don't have the shrapnel or you don't have the projectiles going into the room as you would with a regular ammunition round. This is one of the many activities and incentives that we put in place for school resource officers. But I just want to make a presentation and let the commissioners know what advances we're doing, and we're going to continue to do that as well. That's all I have to say.
If you would hang for a minute. This is an informational item only, so no action is required, but are there any comments from any member of the board?
Wes?
Commissioner Aaron?
Appreciate your update. That's good information.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins?
I just want to say, I think it's imperative, and I think all of us agree, and citizens, that we do everything we can, or you do everything you can to keep our students safe. But on a personal note, I have a 13-year-old grandson with autism, and he's nonverbal.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that means a lot, because a lot of times they do go misunderstood.
Yes, ma'am.
And even he gives me, a hard way to go. But I just think that's very important, especially in light of things that have happened over the previous years when someone went missing or had autism, and some of the law enforcement didn't understand that person. So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And that's also why it's important that we partner for mental health for youth, teen, and adult, because it's, even though our SROs are dealing with children, we're also dealing with the parents. At any time, any parent can walk into the building. We have to understand what different crises different individuals may be experiencing at that time and be able to recognize it and properly, interact with those individuals to provide them whatever the best case scenario that they could have. Additionally, right now, our school resource officers, as well as our criminal intervention program, which is our detectives, are actually at training right now with the State Bureau of Investigation for behavior threat assessments. Behavior threat assessments are pre-indicators of potential events that may happen. So whenever you see something, people make different remarks, it is different indicators. We put those together. It's non-criminal actions at this point, so we can't take criminal actions or arrest anybody, but it starts a process of, okay, well, there's concerning comments, let's dive a little bit deeper into that. That starts with home visits. It's talking to neighbors. Find out what resources we can offer to them. Again, this is pre-arrest because they haven't truly committed any crime, but it's just concerning. Concerning comments, concerning actions that they may have, increasing actions that's cumulative over time, because data shows that cumulative repetitive actions actually lead to a larger scale incident. So what we want to do is make sure our SROs are equipped and able to curb that on the front side. So right now, they're actually receiving behavioral threat assessment training in Rocky Mount with the SBI agents, and we'll be rolling that on our social media pages and also on a press release, just because we're trying to provide Nash County Sheriff's Office and Nash County SROs, as well as the detectives, with the best material and best training what we can to truly curb any actions that may occur in the future. So again, the past couple of months have been extremely busy, especially with the school year being shortened, or summer being shortened by 3 weeks. So we haven't been able to implement as much of the training as what we want, but we're still continuing to do this. This is the first level and the foundation of what we have moving forward.
Other comments from the board? Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would just like to applaud Sheriff Stone and the team that he's got. This is one of those things we don't really like to talk about, but tragedy happens, and it's great, and we've got resources we put in place to be reactive in these situations, but what I really specifically want to applaud the Sheriff's Department for is the proactive approach that we're going to do this stuff on the front end to prevent it. Anytime we can prevent this and we can de-escalate these situations, then everyone wins. We get help that's needed for those individuals, and also we protect lives of others. So I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department for what they do. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that if we could talk when we did our budget meeting, that we would consider bringing back before the board, putting SROs in all the schools in Nash County. And I know we were waiting to hear back from the school system on what had been funded from the state, but if I could put a request in to have us send some communication over to the school system to see if they've heard anything back on that, so we can maybe perhaps look at that later on in another meeting.
So noted. Ms. Manager, thank you. Other comments? Well, thank you, sir, for being here, and thank you for the information that you provided. It was my pleasure and honor to be with you at the press release you did earlier in the week. I had the opportunity to meet the SROs in the room. I know tomorrow, I believe school starts tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
So I just hope and pray, like I know every member of this board does, that it will be, from a SRO standpoint, a pretty uneventful year. We hope to have a great year. So please express our thanks to them for what they do with our students.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, we'll move now to item number 9, which is a resolution of the Nash County Board of Commissioners honoring the public service of Michael Bryant Fisher. Call on the county manager to present the resolution.
Actually, I think the camera gets you better if you're here. Good morning.
Morning.
The board would like to honor the more than 31 years of service to Nash County government and its citizens in the field of emergency services and public safety. A resolution has been prepared and for approval and presentation, and there are two other items that we would like to present to Mr. Fisher today. This is a resolution of the Nash County Board of Commissioners honoring the public service of Michael Bryant Fisher. Whereas Michael Bryant Fisher has dedicated his career to public service, particularly in the field of emergency services and public safety, working his entire career with Nash County Emergency Services 911 Communications. And whereas Mr. Fisher began his service in Nash County as a part-time 911 telecommunicator in May of 1994, transitioning to full-time in September of 1994, and swiftly moved up the ranks due to his dedication and skill. And whereas Mr. Fisher was promoted to shift supervisor in 1995, during which time he managed operations through significant events such as Hurricane Fran and Hurricane Floyd, highlighting his leadership and crisis management capabilities. And whereas in 2004, he advanced to the role of CAD GIS coordinator, playing a critical role in the implementation of Nash County's first 911 CAD system and contributing to the establishment of the Backup 911 Center with successful grant acquisition. And whereas Mr. Fisher continued to demonstrate leadership as division head and department head from 2014, overseeing vital technology upgrades, including the migration of radio operations to the North Carolina Viper Radio Network and implementation of the new CAD system and ESINet phone system. And whereas Mr. Fisher has also been committed to volunteer service, notably serving 27 years with the Red Oak Volunteer Fire Department in various roles, including fire chief for 9 years, where he managed substantial projects such as the construction of the new fire station. And whereas, beyond his professional career, Mr. Fisher is an active member of the Red Oak Baptist Church, continuing to contribute to his community through his role as a deacon and other volunteer activities. And whereas these contributions reflect Mr. Fisher's unwavering commitment to safety, well-being, and betterment of Nash County community and the state of North Carolina. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Nash County, for itself, its individual members, and the citizens of Nash County, hereby honors Michael Bryant Fisher for his exemplary service and dedication to the public, fully capturing the spirit of service excellence and commitment to the community. We now offer our admiration and affection and our best wishes for a long and happy retirement. Be it further resolved that this resolution be placed in the minutes of the August 11th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting, that a copy of this resolution is distributed to the media, and a copy of the resolution sent to Mr. Fisher and his family as an expression of our thanks and appreciation for his many years of dedicated service to Nash County, this 11th day of August 2025. Congratulations. That is for you. And if you want to say a few words.
Thank you. Let me just mention this to the board. We've got several other presentations that are going to be made to Mr. Fisher, so if you would hold your comments until they're all made, I'll call on you for that, okay? Mr. Fisher, go ahead, sir.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and thank you for this recognition. I'm humbled by this. I try to honor myself and with having a servant's heart. First and foremost, I want to thank my Lord and Savior for allowing me the opportunities that He's given me throughout my journey. my faith is strong in him, and he has led me through this journey of 31 years, and, you know, if it wasn't for him, I don't know where I would be. So first and foremost, I thank him. Secondly, I would like to thank my family, my wife, Julie, and my 2 daughters, Samantha and Michaela, are here. Also, my brothers, Brent and Adam, and my sister Katrina are here as well. Brent has already retired from the county, so Adam and Katrina both work for the county as well, so their time is next. So I appreciate their support. I appreciate my immediate family, my wife and girls' support through so many times of being away from home and missing special events because of the work that we have to do. So I thank them for that. I thank the late Dave Cobble and Brian Brantley and Robbie Stone for giving me the opportunity to first come on as a part-time telecommunicator and seeing within me and believing in me and giving me the opportunity of full-time employment here. And then I also want to thank my co-workers. Without them, none of this would be possible. It's been a pleasure working with them, and the commitment that they have and the dedication and determination they have for serving the citizens of Nash County. I applaud them for that. I want to also thank the county manager's office and you, the board, for the years of support that you've given us, and you know, providing us with the resources that we need to ensure that our 24-hour operation is successful. And so I just thank y'all. So in closing, again, I just appreciate all this. I'm extremely humbled by it, and so thank you.
Brian, if you would just kind of hang there for a moment. I'm going to call for a motion now to approve the resolution. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Howell, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Now, I'm going to call on your brother, Brent,
Okay.
and Deputy 911 Communicator, Bill Trimmer, to come up. Going to make some special presentations. After we do all that, I think we're going to recognize your retirement, your years of service, and we'll be taking, I want you to take some pictures with your family down here. We'll get out of the way, and then if you would allow us to, we'd like as a board to take a picture with you.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you, sir. So I'd ask Brent if you'd come up. Welcome back to Nash County, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair. It is my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today to present one of the highest recognitions granted by the governor.
Hold on a minute. I've got a question from Commissioner Darrington. I believe there was a vote on the motion, right, for the resolution?
Right, we need to vote on it.
Excuse me?
Did we vote on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right, we can move on now. Go ahead, Brent.
It is my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today to present one of the highest recognitions granted by the governor of North Carolina, the Order of the Longleaf Pine. This award is reserved for the individuals who have demonstrated extraordinary service to our state and its people. It is a symbol of deep appreciation for a lifetime of dedication, leadership, and impact. Today, we celebrate Michael Bryant Fisher, whose contributions have left an indelible mark on our community and beyond, whether through his public safety career with Nash County 911, which began in 1994, where Bryant advanced through the ranks to become the Director of 911 Communications, or his volunteer service with Red Oak Fire Department, where he also advanced through the ranks to Fire Chief, or serving on the Homeland Security Grant Program Domestic Preparedness Region 4 as Communications Chair, or his Christian-centered service where he served as deacon at Red Oak Baptist Church. Bryant has demonstrated incredible dedication, leadership, and compassion for the department, his staff, the citizens, and in everything he's been involved in. Bryant has exemplified the very spirit of North Carolina, resilient, generous, and committed to the common goal. Bryant's service reminds me of Scripture, 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 10, as each has received a gift, use it to serve one another as good stewards of God's varied grace. Bryant, you have a servant's heart and have used your gift in serving the citizens and staff of Nash County with full devotion. By receiving this award, Bryant joins a distinguished group of North Carolinians who have been named Ambassador Extraordinary of our great state. It gives me great pleasure to present this award to my twin brother, Michael Bryant Fisher. Do you want me to read it?
Would you like to read it?
I will, yes, sir.
Please do.
All right. State of North Carolina, Josh Stein, Governor, reposing special confidence in the integrity, learning, and zeal of Michael Bryant Fisher, I do by these presents confer the Order of the Longleaf Pine with the rank of Ambassador Extraordinary, privileged to enjoy fully all rights granted to members of this exalted order, among which is the special privilege to propose the following North Carolina toast in select company anywhere in the free world. Here is to the land of the longleaf pine, the summer land where the sun doth shine, where the weak grow strong and the strong grow great. Here is to down home, the old North State. Josh Stein, Governor, August 1st, 2025.
Mr. Trimmer, do you have a presentation, sir? Mr. Bunn, good to see you both. Morning, Trip.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
It is with great pride and gratitude that we present the state of North Carolina flags to Brent and Bryant Fisher in recognition of their outstanding contributions over more than 3 decades. Brent Fisher, who retired last year from Nash County Fire Marshal's Office and Emergency Management Division, has been a pillar of strength and leadership in our community. His unwavering commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents has been nothing short of exemplary. Brent's expertise and calm demeanor in the face of emergencies have saved countless lives and protected our homes and businesses. His legacy is one of resilience, preparedness, and an unyielding dedication to public service. Bryant Fisher, who recently retired as Nash County 911 Emergency Communications Director, has been the voice of reassurance and the coordinator of critical responses during time of crisis. Bryant's leadership in the 911 Emergency Communications Center has ensured that help is always just a call away, and his ability to manage high-pressure situations with precision and compassion has made a positive difference in the lives of those in need. Bryant's commitment to excellence and his tireless efforts have set a high standard for emergency communications in our county. Both Brent and Bryant have demonstrated an extraordinary level of dedication, professionalism, and compassion throughout their entire careers. Their contributions have not only enhanced the safety and security of Nash County, but have also inspired those around them to strive for excellence in public service. As we present these flags, let them serve as symbols of our deepest appreciation and respect for both Brent and Bryant's years of service. These flags represent the values they have upheld and the lives they have touched. We are forever grateful for their commitment to our community. Fittingly, for this occasion, these flags were both flown over the State Capitol building minutes apart.
Mr. Kerrigan, do you have a 30-year retirement recognition as well? Excuse me? You have already presented. Okay, thank you, sir. Well, what I'm going to ask now is any comments from the board related to Mr. Fisher?
Yes, sir.
Any comments, Mr. Davis?
Really do not know what to say, quite frankly, when you look at this family and the years of service they have given to Nash County and are, in some cases, still giving to Nash County. It's probably unheard of and may not have been duplicated before. I don't really see how it could be. I remember when I met the two brothers, or the two twin brothers, number of years ago, when I first got involved with Nash County, I never could know which one was which, and it really didn't matter because there wasn't a lot of difference in their service, quite frankly. But getting to know them and recently getting to know other members of the family, particularly the sister that has always got a little bit of money left, and we always appreciate that. I go by our office many times with the ARP funding and say, is there any money left? She said a little bit, which is always great to hear. But thank you to your whole family and what y'all have done for Nash County, and hope the ones that are remaining with us and will be with us a long time, but I know the two brothers will still keep Nash County close to their hearts and help us as we need help, which we will need help moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Other comments, Commissioner Leggett?
Yes, sir. I'd like to express my appreciation to you for all your knowledge and commitment. Nash County is all the better for it, and please don't be a stranger to Nash County. So thank you, congratulations.
Other comments? Commissioner Arrington?
Mr. Davis, you can always tell which one of them apart, because one of them's more good-looking than the other, but I don't know which one it is. Congratulations, Mr. Fisher, on your retirement and the service to Nash County. We appreciate your leadership and all that you've meant to Nash County employees and EMS.
Thank you. Other comments?
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I was just going to say,
Back to you.
short and sweet, the resolution the county manager read said it all. Nothing more to say, Ryan. And Brent, you know, I've told you before, I wish you hadn't left, but you did. And you're still here with us in spirit. So congratulations to both of you, and I wish you the best in retirement.
Thank you. Commissioner Belfield?
oh, I can remember, Bryant, when I was working with the Cooperative Extension Service, we had this fire prevention program for the youth, and out of that came some students that were interested in becoming firemen and joining fire departments, and I remember you working in that. And so it's been a great experience to see you work, and also to work with the Fire Association and the fire department during the time when I was working with Nash County. And I appreciate what you have done since then. And it's a great honor to get the longleaf pine, because not many people in the state reach that honor. So congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Other comments? Commissioner Howell?
Just a sincere thanks. I've only been here a short time, but you've been just a foundation here for the county of knowledge and experience. You've left a big void that needs to be filled, and just want to thank you and your entire family for the servant heart that y'all have and what y'all sacrifice in your personal lives to give to the county of Nash to move it forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, so at this time, I'm going to ask your family to come forward and take whatever pictures you would like to take and display all of your recognitions. And the board is going to move away from up here, and I would ask that we take a picture with you after, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get in tight. There we go.
Just slide it down there. Mr. Arrington, Commissioner Arrington, come to this side real quick. If you just come down to this side over here. There we go. There we go. All right. I just want to say thank y'all again for the opportunity and for always the support that you've always given us, so thank you.
Just briefly say that my wife went to school with Bryant's mother, so I know the family very well, and I'll tell you, and I just told you, your mother would be very proud of you, and your brother as well. Thank you for your service to Nash County, sir. All right, we're going to move now to agenda item number 10, which is a proclamation honoring the Nashville Graphic for 130 years of journalism and service to Nash County. Call on County Manager Stacy Schatzer to present the proclamation.
Thank you. The Nash County Board of Commissioners is proud to recognize the Nashville Graphic for 130 years of dedicated journalism and service to our community. Since its founding in 1895, the paper has remained true to its mission of covering Nash County exclusively, serving as a trusted source of local news and a vital part of our civic life. Through generations of publishers and staff, the Nashville Graphic has consistently upheld the values of accuracy, integrity, and community connection. At this time, we'd like to invite Ms. Joanne Cooper, publisher for the Nashville Graphic, to join us at the podium. And I will read the proclamation to honor this incredible milestone. How are you doing? Good. This is a proclamation honoring the Nashville Graphic for 130 years of journalism and service to Nash County. Whereas the Nashville Graphic has been a trusted source of news and information for the residents of Nash County for 130 years. And whereas since its founding in 1895, the Nashville Graphic has served as a vital institution in our community, documenting the life, growth, and history of Nash County with accuracy, integrity, and dedication. And whereas the Nashville Graphic has remained steadfast in its mission to serve Nash County exclusively, delivering local journalism that amplifies the voices, experiences, and concerns of the communities it represents. And whereas the paper has upheld a strong commitment to fair, balanced, and unbiased reporting, fostering civic engagement, encouraging public dialogue, and promoting transparency in local government. And whereas the dedicated staff of the Nashville Graphic, from the reporters and editors to photographers and publishers, have worked tirelessly across generations to preserve and share the stories that define and connect Nash County. And whereas the Nashville Graphic has earned a respected place in the culture and civic life of Nash County and continues to be an essential part of the fabric of our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners does hereby recognize and congratulate the Nashville Graphic on the occasion of its 130th anniversary and extends sincere appreciation for the newspaper's enduring commitment to local journalism, community service, and the preservation of Nash County's history. this, the 11th day of August, 2025. And I have it to present. Thank you. Here it is.
Ms. Cooper, do you have any comments?
Word or two.
Yes.
Thank you
morning.
so much. Good morning. Really appreciate the recognition of this newspaper that was founded in 1895 by Mr. M.W. Linke, who laid an extremely strong foundation when he started this newspaper in his early 20s. I think he was about 21 years old. We're extremely honored to carry on the legacy of the pioneers that came before us, continuing the commitment to offer unbiased coverage of the news that affects Nashville and Nash County citizens. We honor the First Amendment, freedom of the press, investigating and reporting news without censorship or interference. As an independently owned and published newspaper in a small town, there are many faces who have become like family and many people we have known our entire lives. When it comes to reporting news, our oath is to never allow interference in the public's right to know. A free press ensures that the people of our county can make informed decisions based on unbiased investigating and reporting. We strive to continue the legacy of the 130-year-old Nash County institution in a way that our founder would be proud. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. All right, I'd call for a motion now to approve the proclamation.
Move for
Moved
approval.
by Commissioner Legg. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Proclamation is approved. Any comments from the board?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Commissioner Legg.
Okay. I'm so glad that we were able to make this recognition today. I think the proclamation that was read really said it all. The Nashville Graphic defines hometown news, whether reporting on the latest issues or good news events. I think the Graphic does a great job of reporting good news, local events that really will represent the fabric of our community. So congratulations.
Other comments? Commissioner Davis?
I too would like to congratulate the Graphic. 130 years is a long time, as everybody knows. And I know the times you're in now are probably some of the hardest times that you've been in. I hear this from all papers. But I'll tell you, I look forward every week to getting that. First of all, as your reporter knows, I sit up on Wednesday nights to be able to read it before I go to bed. I appreciate if you get it in there before 1 or 2 o'clock, but that's okay. I'll stay up to then and read it as well. And then to get it on Thursday every week on time is just amazing to me. I don't recall it ever being late. But as was said by Commissioner Leggett, you take the news of Nash County and you present it in a positive way. I think that's very important. All papers do not do that. I've never felt like y'all publish the bad things just to be able to sell papers. You present it as it is. You're fair in reporting the news. Some of us, including myself, serving a long time, you're very kind to me. Sometimes you need to tell the truth, and I appreciate you telling the truth. Again, I hope you're around at least another 130 years, quite frankly, by some means, because the local newspapers are what we need. It is not what we see on social media, which has any guidelines to present it as to be fair or to be the truth. And so you bring a very refreshing outlook on the news in Nash County, and I sincerely thank the two ladies here today for doing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Belfield?
I came to Nash County in December 1961. I think Tom Wilson was heading up the Graphic at that time. And I asked him to cover 4-H activities with the youth. And he did. He sent reporters to every time we had any activity going on the reporter from the Graphic was always there, and they did a good job of covering the activities that 4-H were having at that time. And I appreciate the Graphic. In fact, I subscribed to the Graphic ever since I started working here in Nash County, and I still do. And I look forward to every Thursday reading the news in the Graphic.
Other comments? I want to personally thank you, Ms. Cooper, to kind of echo what some of the other comments were. I do believe that the Graphic always makes a positive contribution to the community through the ethics of your journalism, and that's very much appreciated. We're honored that we were able to present this proclamation to you today. So let's give her another round of applause. All right, I've been requested to take a short break.
Yeah.
Everybody good with that? It's going to be very short, about 5 minutes, and we're going to come back, okay? So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to move to agenda item number 11, resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of the 2025 installment financing agreement. Call on the county manager to present the request, and Mr. Ted Cole, Senior Vice President of Davenport and Company, is here to answer any questions that the board may have. Madam Manager.
Thank you. Nash County received bids on June 19th, 2025 for a bank installment financing package providing for installment payment associated with a lending package not to exceed $14.7 million. These funds are to be used to complete a number of capital projects identified by staff and approved by the Board of Commissioners. Based on the bids received, the Board of Commissioners approved moving forward with a finance package totaling $11,765,000 at their meeting on July 7th, 2025. In addition, after holding a public hearing to receive public comment on the proposed financing, the Board of Commissioners selected J.P. Morgan Chase Bank as the preferred lender based on the proposals for a 10-year loan term and approved a resolution requesting the Local Government Commission approve the proposed financing agreement. Based on the resolution and application to the Local Government Commission, this request was heard by the LGC on Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. Today, it is recommended that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of the installment financing agreement, a deed of trust, and related documents in connection with the financing of various capital projects for the county. And again, we've got Mr. Ted Cole here with us today if the board has any questions.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Davis?
Just one, at the LGC, were there many comments made, go smoothly, or how do we look, Brother Ted?
I think it went very smoothly. I don't believe there were any questions related to y'all's agenda item.
Thank you, sir.
None at all.
Great. Glad to hear that.
And the only other thing I'd add is we are on track to close this loan next Tuesday, the 19th. That's when the funds will be available. So everything is on track, again, assuming this final approval from y'all.
You good, Mr. Commissioner Davis?
Yes, sir.
Other questions? All right, hearing none, would you read the recommendation again, Madam Manager, and then we will call for a motion.
Recommended for the Board of Commissioners to adopt the resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of the installment financing agreement, a deed of trust, and related documents in connection with the financing of various capital projects for the county.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion to move forward with this recommendation, and I'm very pleased to see that the county is utilizing the 10-year financing, which will save the taxpayers a tremendous amount of money versus a 15 or 20-year financing, and just delighted that Nash County is in the financial shape to be able to do that and be able to pay it off in the 10 years.
Motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for your good work on this.
Thank you all very much.
All right, now we'll move to agenda item number 12, public hearing on conditional rezoning request, CV 250702, Williams Run, Section 2 subdivision. Call on the planning director, Adam Tyson, to present the request. Good morning, Mr. Tyson.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin on that item, I do want to make a quick announcement that the county had advertised an additional public hearing for today's meeting on a conditional rezoning request for Old Lewis School Road. That request was withdrawn last Wednesday by the developer from today's agenda and postponed to a future date. And we were hopefully able to contact all the surrounding property owners by letter, but I did just want to make that announcement in case there was anybody here for that public hearing. That has been removed from today's agenda.
Thank you.
That brings us to the Williams Run Section 2 conditional rezoning request that is before you today. The subject property is highlighted in red on the aerial photograph that's on the screen. It consists of 2 adjacent tracts of land. Together, they total approximately 37.87 acres. They are owned by the C.T. Williams Corporation. And as you can see on the map, they're located on the north side of Strickland Road, northeast of the town of Bailey, and in the R40 single-family residential zoning district. There are a few existing structures on the property that are slated to be removed prior to its development. This is the zoning map overlay for this property. As you can see, the property located directly across the street here on the south side was rezoned back in August of 2021 from R40 to RA20 CZ for the development of the Williams Run Section 1 subdivision. Since that time, 90 of the total 149 approved lots have been recorded by the developer, and you can see those along these new roads here. I would note that back in August of 2021, we were under a previous version of the county's land use plan, and this RA20 was consistent with the old version of the plan in effect at the time that this rezoning was approved. A little history on this project. There was a previous version of this conditional rezoning request that was reviewed by our planning board back in December of 2021, but that particular version was tabled and did not proceed to the Board of Commissioners for consideration back during that time. That brings us to the request that is on the table here. The applicant has now submitted this request, which again proposes to rezone the subject property from RA to RA20 CZ, medium density residential conditional zone, specifically for the development of 54 proposed new residential lots as shown on the sketch plan. Approval of the rezoning request would have 3 substantial impacts on the subject property. The required minimum lot area would be reduced by half from the currently required 40,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet, which would double the potential residential density of the subject property. There are 9 land uses that are currently permitted for development under some circumstances in the current zoning district that would no longer be permitted for development under the proposed zoning district. Most relevant among those would be double-wide manufactured homes. Also included on that list are rural family occupations, radio or communication towers over 60 feet in height, solar farms, non-hazardous solid waste disposal collection sites, utility field offices, water treatment plants, horse shows, and/or turkey shoots. And finally, the subject property may only be developed if this rezoning is approved in accordance with the proposed sketch plan that we're reviewing on the screen currently. This is a conditional rezoning request which allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. To speak in a little more detail about the sketch plan that you have before you, this was submitted by the East Group. It serves as the required site plan for this conditional rezoning request and proposes the development of 54 new residential lots along 4 new public road rights-of-way. All but one of the new lots would be accessed from the new interior roads. Lot 1 would be the only one that would be accessed directly from Strickland Road, and that is due to the narrowness of the property. Up here, this is the western portion of the subject property, and it joins on the map to this side down here. And so it is shown in 2 different places to make it fit on the page. But this is the western tip of the project. You have a join line right here that would correspond to this side, and then you have the eastern side of the project. And so only lot number 1, this triangular narrow lot on the far western side, that would be the only individual driveway proposed along Strickland Road, with all the other lots accessed from the new interior roads. If rezoned, each of these new lots would have to meet or exceed the 20,000 square foot minimum lot area and 100-foot minimum lot width dimensional requirements of the proposed RA20 zoning district. These lots would be served by an extension of the Nash County Public Water System and would have individual on-site septic systems. I do want to call your attention to a minor change that was made by the developer following the planning board meeting. The shared mail kiosk, which was previously located on this corner lot, has been located to the south on lot number 6. That lot is encumbered with an access easement and probably lends itself better to the mailbox kiosk lot than a residential development lot. And so that is a minor change that was made late last week and after the planning board's consideration. The property has a 24-foot wide easement across lot 6 that provides access from Strickland Road to the adjacent Dickinson properties. These are the properties here shown in the corner of the development, the northwestern corner of what we're looking at right there. The easement crosses lot 6 and goes down here to Strickland Road. The plan proposes to preserve that existing easement. It would pave a portion of it that crosses the road, but there would be no obstruction to that easement, and those adjacent property owners could continue to make use of that 24-foot wide easement. There are also 2 existing paths across the subject property. We may be able to see them better if I return to the aerial photo. You have a path coming through here that serves the adjacent properties to the north, and you can very clearly see a path through the woods here that also serves this property owner from Strickland Road. The difference between these paths and the easement that I mentioned earlier is that there is, to the county's knowledge, no formal easement agreement on those paths. They could potentially be prescriptive easements if that was a decision made by a judge, but there's no formal documentation for those paths the way there is for the 24-foot wide easement that crosses the narrow portion here and serves the Dickerson properties right there. So whereas the easement would be preserved, these paths would be abandoned and replaced with public road connections to each of these 2 properties. And so if we go here, you'll see that that is the Taylor properties up here to the north. They would be served, the path would be abandoned, but there would be a new public road terminating at their property line that provides them with paved public road access from Strickland Road to those properties. Also, instead of the path through the woods that we saw in the aerial photo here, this public road that goes to the east would provide access to that immediately adjacent property. So those 2 paths are intended to be abandoned, but also replaced with public road connections. I do want to note that will likely require the two homes located on those two properties to have their addresses changed because they'll no longer be served directly off of Strickland Road, but off of whatever the new names are assigned to the new public roads if this development is approved. We always consult our comprehensive land use plan. You can see the future land use map excerpt on the screen before you. This request is consistent with some recommendations of the plan. As you can see, it is entirely in the green area, which is designated by the plan as residential agricultural area. Also, the plan recommends that any rezonings that increase residential density in that area should be limited to RA districts only, meaning they should prohibit the development of manufactured homes. And certainly the proposed RA20 zoning district would prohibit the development of manufactured homes. However, this request is inconsistent with one big recommendation of the current comprehensive land use plan, and that has to do with the minimum lot size that is proposed. The plan recommends that the minimum allowable residential lot size within this green residential agricultural area should be at least 30,000 square feet, whereas the applicant's proposal today is more dense than that with smaller 20,000 square foot minimum lot areas. Since as I mentioned before, the development on the south side of the road was approved at 20,000 square feet, but that was under the previous land use plan effective prior to November 2022. This request, of course, falls under the current plan that does not make that recommendation, and in fact says 30,000 should be the acceptable minimum lot size. I want to note historically for the board, since the new land use plan was adopted, the only deviation from this recommendation that the board has allowed has been the townhome development that was approved near the Joiners Crossing intersection on Highway 97. That was an R6 development with higher density, but what made that unique was, number one, the availability of county sewer, which certainly is not the case in this more rural location that we're looking at today. Also, what weighed on that deviation from the plan was the proximity of that townhouse development to the outskirts of the city of Rocky Mount, as well as its proximity to the major shopping center that is present at Joiners Crossing. So that has been the only deviation since the plan was adopted. Approval of this would be the second deviation. And the reason that the applicant is proposing it is because of the fact that it would not be spot zoning. Certainly, this would be an expansion of the RA20 CZ zone that was previously established under the old plan on the south side of the road. And so the request is to extend that to fill the subject property on the north side. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this request back on July 3rd, and in a split vote of 5-2, recommended denial of the request, finding that the proposed 20,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement was inconsistent with the recommendation of the comprehensive land use plan for a minimum 30,000 square foot residential lot size in this area. I want to clarify that the TRC did not recommend denial because this is an unsound design. This is a very strong subdivision design that's been proposed. It is highly superior to the version that was proposed back in 2021. The developer has made a lot of good changes. The TRC's recommendation for denial was based solely on consistency with the new land use plan that would not recommend lots this small in this area following its adoption in November of 2022. The planning board considered this request on July 21st. There were 4 members of the public who are listed in your agenda report that addressed the board in opposition to the request. Those speakers objected to the proposed higher residential density, the potential impact of the development on traffic safety and existing agricultural activity. They also objected to the proposed abandonment and replacement of those 2 existing paths that I highlighted that serve the adjacent Taylor properties and the Lamb property, as well as they also noted the inconsistency of the request with the recommendations of the current land use plan. In a split vote of 4 to 3, the planning board recommended denial of the request. And again, that denial was not because this is a bad development plan, but simply because it was not consistent with the current recommendations of the comprehensive land use plan. The board's agenda includes a motion to approve the zoning map amendment, as well as a motion to deny the zoning map amendment. The key question before the board today, in my opinion, is whether or not the fact that this would just be an expansion of the RA20CZ zoning district that was previously established directly across the road, so just to expand it here, is that justification enough to allow a deviation from our comprehensive land use plan's current recommendation that we no longer approve 20,000 square foot lots in this residential agricultural area. So really the question is, does the fact that it's not spot zoning justify approving a deviation from the recommendation of the plan, when the only other deviation thus far has been the townhome development that I mentioned? I will pause there. The applicant is here with us to participate during the public hearing. And before we do that, I'll be glad to take any questions that the board has on the staff report.
Questions for staff? Anybody have questions? Commissioner Howell?
I realize that we're in the Bailey Fire District here and close to the Stanhope. Where does the fire district change at in relationship to this piece of property?
I'm not sure about the boundary of the fire district. I'd have to look into that. I don't have that information with me.
And at what point do we review that portion when we look at new developments? And the reason why I'm asking is, I'm hearing several different constituents in my area that when we come in and put these developments in, it's changing the fire district, but their taxes are going to the other districts. So I was just trying to see how this plays in or how it's reviewed.
I think we would need to coordinate with our representative on the TRC from the Emergency Services Department, the Fire Marshal's Office, and their participation in TRC would be the appropriate time when those considerations would be brought forth. At the TRC level.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions? All right, hearing none, I'll call for a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter, please come to the podium and state your name for the record.
I'm Elizabeth Dickerson. I'm on 4084 Strickland Road, and I'm opposed of it. I have been coming over here almost 5 years, and the planning board, they change it as you go. They break the law, but whatever, they can change the law like they want to, it seems like. So the county commissioners of Nash County, on October 17, 2022, the planning goal was to preserve the county's agricultural heritage, protect programs, and support farmers and agricultural operations. The one that he was talking about as far as that path, you cannot bring a fire truck through there, as small as it is. The path that we've been using for 100 and some years, and we've took care of it. When I say we, families that live, you've got 3 houses. We got them there, and they're in farm district. If the path has been there over 110 years, and it allows the farmers to have use of this path for about over 100 acres of farmland, now you're going to knock out that 100 acres of farmland because we cannot get the produce, was it sweet potatoes? We can't get the grain out where it's beans because we can't even get it in there on my legal right-of-way. But the thing of it is, it's more important to have 2 houses or 3 houses than it is to help the farmer. Not only that, if you're going to do away with that, you just well do away with FFA and the high schools and knock out a lot of their programs they have for other students that wants to be a future farmer. So how are you encouraging them? Because of the 3 houses, you're wasting that farmland and that food that is going for the school. Yes, our school gets USDA food. It comes from the Department of Agriculture, thank you. And the path that is there now, Mr. Williams wants to put a road over top of it, which is going to elevate the path, so when I come out, I could go up, go down to get out. And it's going to have a hump in it, a big hump. And then, like I say about heavy farm and traffic equipment, when they had it, when you could come in with a single tractor, now you got heavy equipment that takes up half the road. I oblige the farmers. I pull off to the road because I respect them for what they do. I respect the farmer because he's there to help the people. People can live in a house, but you can't live without food, excuse me. Now, just as dirt roads have been moved 100 years ago, now you want to put a road right back in front of it where a Model A used to come, and well, again, in 100 years, you'll want to come back again, and you want to destroy that. The Homeowners Association is the ones paying for it. Mr. Williams ain't giving you nothing, and when he goes and tells people that are 75, 85, I'm giving you, talks with a forked tongue. Just look at people when they tell that. We had county commissioners when I built my house, Bill Williams, and we had Billy Morgan. We need y'all to be dedicated to the southern end of the county. I'm tired of coming over here for something that I did 75 years ago. And these county commissioners, they were concerned about their constituency. They were concerned about the people that farm. And all you want is 2 more little houses, and the smaller house you can cram in there, they're going to be like sardine cans, like when I drove a school bus. Now, the Homeowners Association, I know, can do a lot of things, but I also know that the Homeowner Association, when they get incorporated, they can come, and if you don't pay the dues, they can take their houses. Not only that, but they are the ones that's going to be responsible for the upkeep. Not Mr. Williams, not the state of North Carolina. And the property question is the narrow for road and the house being planned. The mailbox is going to be there at my bedroom. The house is going to be a road that he's talking about that's so narrow. You can put a road in, you can put a house, and you can put a septic tank. Well, my goodness, you just well to give him our farms if you're going to do that. What good is that going to help us as a farmer or someone? And so I live here. You come up the pike. We here have farmland here. We have 2 houses here, and his land joins right beside of my bedroom. And now we already got people going 75 miles an hour. We got gunshots across the road from the new Homeowners Association. We got fireworks going. No ordinance are being taken. No law there to protect us. What good is it to keep cramming more people in a sardine can and not give them any protection? No fire protection. No what? Police department. Not only that, rescue squads will be so confused they'll be going to somebody else's house when somebody else is dying. Yes, I took my husband out when it was snowing and sleeting and no one on the road from my house to Wilson, and we were the only one that happened to be at the emergency room. So now we got all this to deal with. The older we get, the more you slap on older people and you try to drag us in and convince us this is progress. It's not progress. It's going back 100 years. Now, I don't understand what the problem is. I do know the last time, like I said, we've been coming to these board meetings. I'm so sick of them. I don't know how y'all stand it. But the thing of it, we get memos and we bring you plans, what other people have said, and it's documented. We also bring you deeds, and then when we do it, they get up there and they vote. They've not even looked at the literature. They've not even read the literature. They don't know what's going on.
Ma'am.
Well, I just get excited, but I even get excited when I teach Sunday school too, so don't worry about it. But the thing of it is, sir?
That's a good thing in Sunday school.
Oh, it's not a good thing here?
I said it's not a good thing here, no ma'am.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I have looked up the county commissions and I have listened to a lot of your boards, and you're behind because I like to know what's going on in Nash County. And when I got this information and I sit there and I watch y'all discuss things and plan things, it's supposed to be for the benefit of the people. It's supposed to help your county. And all y'all can see is green coming in. And when somebody says they're going to give you something, look them in the eye and see if they're telling you the truth, because you can look at them and tell that they are not. I know my husband says I'm very aggressive, and I'm sorry about that. But when you get 75 and you worked as hard as I have worked on a farm, and here we are going to be blocked out It's like saying, well, your land's not worth anything because of the fact it's farmland. We've got ponds that irrigate other farms from our pond. And not only that, we've got neighbors that help neighbors. You bring in all these other people like sardines. It's like on a school bus when you got 75 students and they're only supposed to seat 65. Then they're mad because they don't have a seat. Well, that's what we are. We're angry because we have come so many times and they have voted some of it down. They had tabled it, not when it's convenient, but when it's convenient for y'all or convenient for them. They don't understand when you get older, you have doctor's appointments and other things, and that you have a life too. Everybody thinks when you retired, like this young man, he did a wonderful job. When he retired, do you actually think that people here now know exactly what he went through in the 30-some years he worked? No, you can only imagine. And it's the same way with me when I worked with the county. They say, oh, we miss you, we love you. No, you don't. You just love what I did. You didn't love me because you hear from nobody no more. But what you have done for over 30-some years for the county. It's a passing thing. It's just a dream. So you need to consider how many lives you are going to affect and how many people are going to be hurt because of this road he's talking about. Where the road across the north side, I'm on the north side, on the south side, their house is further off the road than mine's going to be, and he's going to put it at my front door. Now, you need to think about things like that. But you don't. And do you ever go out and check and see what's actually going on? There's no netting put up. There's dirt coming across under our shelter in my yard. And then you've got those graders out there, and they are knocking off things in my wall. It's like a small earthquake going on. And if that's the case across the road on the southern part, what do you think it's like on the northern part where I live, where I can reach out and touch someone, so to speak? It's going to be even worse. I know it has to be done, but I don't like them mailboxes at my bedpost, I can tell you that, and it ain't that far. Now, I thank y'all, and I understand that y'all have hard decisions to make, but I also understand that everything said here is not what's said outside. And what I say to you, you can guarantee it's going to be said outside. I am not afraid to say what I say inside. I'm not afraid to say what I say outside. Some people get up here and paint a picture. 4 years they were going to do this. Christmas, he was going to do this. It took him 4 years. Now we're going on 5 years. So how many more times are you going to make my blood pressure keep going up because of things like this, which is causing a lot of heartaches to people who have worked all their life to have a place called home. Now, it doesn't make sense to me, but it might make sense to you. How would you feel if it was your house? Or how would you feel if it was your farm? And how would you feel if it was your family had loved and stayed on that farm all your life? How would you feel? Some people don't care. Some people leave, they go to the city. Well, that's fine. But for those who don't want to live in the city, we call it country. But the way y'all have done and planned, we don't have country no more. They even got a Dollar General. Oh my goodness. Not too far from us. They already built 3 houses down there. And I can name you other ones that have got houses over 90 acres of farmland that whenever they sell it, it's going to turn into another subdivision. Not only that, if he can buy property, which is straight down beside him, I'm an L. So here I am blocked in 2 ways. And now you're going to block me in 3 ways so I can't get in? Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me, but then I must be greedy. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry I'm greedy. I'm sorry I want peace in my last couple of years of living. Sorry about that. And I thank y'all, because I do know when it comes to Bill Williams, who helped me with the county commission to get my house built years ago, and for Morgan, Billy Morgan, they worked with their people from Nash County, and they looked out for their people in Nash County. Their heads are laid, and they're giving an account for what they have done. And y'all have a service, not only here, but throughout the whole county. So you have a lot of responsibility that I think sometimes I have had 15 minutes to speak in 5 years. 15 minutes, 3 times 5 is 15 minutes. But yet other people can get up here, they can brag, and they can talk about what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. And when they leave, it's like going to church. You heard what the preacher say, when you get to the car, you done forgot what he said because you're talking ugly to your wife. That's the way it is.
We
And that's the way
appreciate
it
your
is here.
comments, ma'am.
Sir?
We appreciate your comments.
Well, I appreciate y'all, because y'all have a lot of ears to listen to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Please state your name at the podium for the record.
Yes, sir. Amy Pearson, 6127 Strickland Road, Bailey, North Carolina. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I thank you for what you do, and I thank you for this time to speak this morning. So I come, as she said, we've been going through this for many, many years, and this was one of the biggest things probably Commissioner Dan Cone had to go through, because he had to hear all of us many, many, many times. And this situation with the 20,000 coming up again just shows the disrespect, I believe, of the developer who is developing this. There's rules. Two wrongs don't make a right. Maybe you couldn't do anything the first time round because our land use was, that document was well outdated for what is going on in Nash County now. But again, two wrongs don't make a right. And this time, you have a chance to be able to make it correct. I never could understand why we would have a 20,000 square foot lot with septic tanks, because there needs to be repair fields sometimes if you stay there long enough. And so that part never made any sense to me. And then the small and narrow road that Strickland Road is, in that stretch of road, I ran off the road there one time and many years ago, and there was no there is no shoulder, and when I ran off the road, my tire completely came off the rim immediately, and so I didn't have an accident, but I did have to call a husband. So those roads are very narrow, and this is one of the biggest agricultural roads that is in that area. There are many farmers that live on that road. There's many farms that'll still be there, even with this subdivision. And with the amount of tractors, combines, those kind of things, school buses that is carrying potatoes and tobacco, as she said, taking care of our community and what we need to eat, and for their what they do for their career. Those things, they have to be there, and we're grateful that they're there. But what does happen with all of this new traffic, so all this new traffic, these people moving in there don't live locally. They're coming from other places, and so they've got to go to work at other places, because the farmland that is in our area is not going to promote jobs for the people moving in there. So they have to leave their homes in the morning, go into work, and the basic path is from Strickland Road, when they get on Strickland Road, to Lyles Road, and then the quickest way for them to get to the highway is going to be turn left on Lyles Road, go around that great roundabout that we have that is awful. And so with that, there's already been so many accidents. I know that there's been 4 over just the last few months before the roundabout that is so small that 2 vehicles in it basically fills it up. At that point, I know that because there's so much more traffic that's coming through already, that's already a problem. So I have a concern for the cars on the highway because of the small lanes. I have concerns about the agricultural equipment that's on there with them as well. But my biggest concern is we made a plan. You accepted a plan. We said that we messed up. We've got a new plan. We can't have any more 20,000 square foot lots in this area. No septic, no 20,000 lots. It seems pretty easy to me. I'm hoping that you see that you made a plan and that you stick with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak? Sir, please state your name at the podium for the record.
Okay, Joseph M. Lamb Jr., and I own the land that joins this subdivision. And I'm against the R20. You made the decision, R30, stick to it. And from the housing I've seen over there, I think you were better off with an acre of land and a single wide trailer. Thank you for your comments. Ma'am, please state your name at the podium for the record.
Hello, I'm Jane Flowers Finch. I'm an attorney from Raleigh, but I'm a native of Bailey, and I grew up a quarter of a mile from that roundabout that she talked about. And that used to be Green Gables and had 3 gas stations and 2 grills. I just wanted to be sure y'all knew that history of that area down there. My mother was Pearl Finch, and she died 2.5 years ago, and I have inherited land in Nash County. And I have this passion for it. This is my home, and I still have her home. I have her home. I got that, and my husband and I stay there some. We're staying there a lot. My daughter lives in Wilson. She's an attorney in Wilson, so we have an incentive to be down here a lot. I went to high school with Cecil Williams, and he's a fine man, but he's a developer. And I love developers. I have developers in my family, and I don't think they're evil, but they have one goal, and that one goal is to make money. And it's not your job to maximize their profits. Your duty as elected members of the County Commissioners of Nash County is to see that development is done in a sound, wise, and reasonable manner, respectful to the other citizens in this county. We can't stop it, but there's no way that you need to allow these R20 houses out there. It's not necessary. The only reason Mr. Williams wants to do that is to put more houses out there so he can make more money. That is the only reason. It's not for any quality or anything. And we need to be considerate of all the people that live out there now and that have lived out there. I came and spoke to you back when you were approving his development on Stony Hill Church Road, and I want to refresh your memory that the Department of Transportation testified at one of those hearings that Stony Hill Church Road was a highly traveled, rural paved road, and before his development had over 1,000 trips per day, and that if you added a development, you add 10 trips per day per household, and you consider 1 child per household. So if he's putting 50 houses out there, you're going to add 500 some trips a day to Strickland Road, and you're going to be adding 50 children. And I just want you to mention to you, y'all need to be thinking about the schools. My sister-in-law is chairman of the Board of Education in Johnston County, and she tells me they're having to figure 1 to 2 new schools every year at $80 to $100 million to be built. So are you thinking ahead about building those schools for all these developments too? And we have to have water and sewer and the whole issue with septic tank, and I have a little rental property my mama left in. I have to keep it up, and we have septic tanks, and we have to have wells, and all these things need to be thought of. I also want to mention Mr. Josh Lamb. I don't know Mr. Lamb, but I have talked to neighbors out there, and this situation with that path, you need to look at very seriously. I do have in my phone an affidavit signed by Mr. Lamb. The original could not be gotten here, and I don't know where I could go get this printed. I could read it to you. I'll try to print it and get it to you. But that family path has been in his family for 120 years, and this is part of what spurred my interest to show up here today. He clearly has a case for adverse possession or prescriptive easement, without down, hands down. And even if you approve this today, he doesn't lose that right. He can go to court and file it. He's a senior, 85-year-old senior citizen to have the funds and go do that. But if we can rally up the pro bono people to get it done, we'll be considering filing that to have that path permanently established, okay? So I think that is still going to be a stick in Mr. Williams' side he's going to have to contend with, because I don't think your ruling would override his legal rights that have been in his family for 120 years. To get a easement by adverse possession, I can't remember the exact number of years, but it's way less than that, and his family's been using it. So I hope that you would have the smaller lot size. Think we need to stop and regroup and look at Mr. Lamb's situation and be considerate of these people that live out there. We heard this very passionate lady talk a while ago, and we need to consider these things. The R20 lots, I came to some of the hearings on when you were doing your development plan, and I just do not think that it's necessary. Like we said, Mr. Tyson mentioned 90 to 140 approved lots in 2021 have been built. And also, I want to mention, out here at this property on Stony Hill Church Road, and my sister-in-law and my niece, Heather Finch, lives, and my sister-in-law, and that's just across there, and they were affected by this development. The amount of, and I have this problem on my mother's property too, the amount of trespassing is high, especially on four-wheelers. And you can put up no trespassing signs. Now I have learned I have to hire somebody to go out there and put them up so high so you can't stand on a four-wheeler and tear it off, okay? I put up 16 no trespassing signs on my mother's property on 581, and every one of them got torn down, okay? So that is no sin. My sister-in-law, my niece Heather, has a Christmas wreath business, and people drive over there through the beautiful pines that my brother planted and crush the pine cones that she uses to make wreaths. And you may think that's crazy, but these are white pines. There's not another stand of white pines in this area, and white pine cones are very beautiful. And these little things, they don't think, but, you know, we put banners up and all kinds of things to stop people, but people still do it. And these people are moving to the country, and they think it's a free-for-all to go out there on any of the undeveloped property. And there's not that much law enforcement out there. You've got the great Nash County Sheriff Stone does a great job, but he's going to need some more. He's going to need more, too, to service that area of the county. I think I've made all my main points. I really thank y'all for listening to me. I know most of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak? Please state your name for the record, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioners, and good morning, Board and Mr. Chairman. Joe Hartsfield. And, you know, I just wanted to state, so the current land use plan is no sewer in anything zone less than R30. So R20 doesn't require sewer, which generates this question: what are we doing here? You know, I've heard it is a good plan, except it doesn't fall within the rules. Well, I'm an aircraft salesman. I got a good airplane to sell you, except it doesn't have any wings. I don't understand what we're doing here. We're listening to an applicant present something that's clearly not permitted under current zoning. This request conflicts with our current established land use plan. As we've seen, it really disrupts the neighborhood and creates undue stress on older people, some who are not even capable of being here today or affording representation here today. It pulls all of us away from highly needed work. I definitely need to be there. And it takes valuable time that this board needs to be working on other things. It's difficult to understand how proposals so far outside the bounds have even made it to this stage. It's what really confuses me. You know, I heard that maybe this is a continuation of the previous that was passed in August 2021. Well, if that's true, there were 15 months between August of 2021 and November of 2022, when the new land use plan was presented and enacted, that the applicant had to do what this board denied this same request before with, which was go work this out. He didn't. He didn't work it out. He didn't do anything except cause more disruption, and he only started that a few weeks ago, not the almost 4 years since this was denied, and definitely not within the 15 months he had to legally fall under that current old land use plan. So this was denied 4 years ago when R20 was allowed at the time. The board denied it, thinking it was bad then. So I'm not sure what makes it good now that it's not even allowed. If this board entertains this or approves such a request or even debates it for that matter, all we're doing is presenting to the public that zoning is negotiable, negotiable, can't speak, negotiable, and that prior denials mean nothing. So we're going to now inundate this board with every developer in Nash County coming back and representing denied R20 projects in the past. because there's an R20 across the street maybe. So all we're doing is setting a precedence today if this is entertained. So I would just, I'm not sure how, this lines up with our current zoning land use plan. But once that precedent is lost, it's almost impossibly possible to the reverse. So I just kindly ask the board, you're going to hear from the applicant about paths and roads and streets and mail kiosk and how we massaged it, and there's only one question to ask. Well, that's all good, that's all great, maybe, different topics for different days, but today's topic is, does this fall within the rules to be rezoned to R20? And it's one simple question. Mr. Applicant, does it have public sewer? And the answer is no. So I go back to my original question. Why are we wasting everybody's time? Mr. Applicant, it does not meet the rules. End of discussion. Sorry. Now, all those other things, driveways, et cetera, we can discuss those at a different time whenever you present something within the rules. But at this point, today, you're outside the rules and you had plenty of time to follow up. But in typical fashion, you drug your feet. So I just ask the board to please protect the process, please protect the precedent being set, and deny this request.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak before I call on the applicant? Anyone else wishing to speak? The applicant would like to speak?
Good morning, board.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Cecil Williams. I reside at 6765 Jordan Road, Elm City, which happens to be in Nash County. Could we set this up for me, please? I'm gonna first put this up. And I want guidance, and I'm a developer, and I want guidance and direction from this board. And I want to show you some things that, quite frankly, this is mind-boggling to me, the comments, but anyway. The RA20 UDO zoning, which is legislative. That's the UDO. I'm going to read from that. Then I'm going to read from the land use plan, which is advisory. When it was presented to the public at public hearings, when it was voted on here, planning staff has said this is an advisory piece of whatever it is, it's advisory. The UDO, which is the Unified Development Ordinance of Nash County, which holds the rules for development, not only the zoning rules, the house setback rules, all of the rules that we have to abide by as developers and builders is in the UDO. The UDO for RA20 says, RA20 medium density residential district is primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached dwellings in areas where public water and public sewer service are available, or where soil characteristics allow for the medium density development. The RA district distinguishes itself because it doesn't allow manufactured homes and stuff. To make the point of the soils, here is the soils map of that area. That area has Norfolk sandy loam soil, which is gently, A and B, which is gently sloped and is some of the best tobacco land and suitable for septic tanks and repair areas. In Nash County and in the state of North Carolina, as some of the comments was made, if you have a septic tank, then you automatically have to have a repair area, so if your septic tank fails. This is in Ultraville, which is another extremely sandy soil approaching Atlantic Beach kind of soils for septic. So this area has the suitability that is called out in the Unified Development Ordinance. It doesn't have the sewer, but it does have the soils. And you want to go to RA 30 is what is in the land use plan. RA 30 says, RA 30 single-family residential district is primarily intended to accommodate low-density, single-family detached dwellings on large lots in areas without access to public water or public sewer, and areas where soil characteristics necessitate low-density development. The UDO takes all this stuff into consideration, explains it perfectly. But we're going to use now I'm going to read from the advisory paper. It says residential lot size considerations. And you can tell this is hastily done the way it's written. It says minimum allowable density residential lot size should typically, words mean things, and we all know it. And I'm going to give you some listings of some meanings of the words in a minute. Typically, I'm going to start over. Minimum allowable residential size should typically be at least 30,000 square feet. Then another paragraph, other considerations. Where residential rezoning occurs that allow for greater density, those rezonings should be limited to RA districts only, unless public water and sewer are available. So you got your legislative thing, which is the UDO, is in direct conflict with what was hastily put together as a land use plan. And the board needs to give directions to developers so we can get some clarity. And it plainly said, the UDO is what governs the county. The land use plan is advisory. And it hurts me to see people when the land use plan was done and speaking now, and the board, I would pray that we would be mindful of these great soils this county was blessed with and use them to their best ability. That's our charge, to use and do things for the betterment and to the highest and best use that we can in the county. And these soils are the perfect soils for what we're trying to do. And why would anyone want to give away a third or ever what the percentage is of the property and just squander it is beyond me. And I was going to tell you about the other words. Typically, in most cases, typically, ordinarily, typically, generally, typically, regularly. I have done, and that's that part of it. This land is a byproduct of the Wilson County watershed back in the 70s, could have been late 60s. Wilson County had the Toys Knot watershed where they were drawing water off the Toys Knot Creek. They now use the reservoir up at Buckhorn. That watershed created a 40,000 square foot lot overlay in this whole area. It was fought tooth and nail by the county commissioners and the public in that area when it was done. And then when I started the development was right after Wilson, the city of Wilson failed and did not want to renew to the state, through the state, the authorization of the watershed overlay, which opened it up to be rezoned. And that's what I have tried to do, and try to do it in a way that this county would be proud. I'm proud. We ended up with a split decision in technical review committee. Why? Because DOT says it's obviously with all interior roads, it's just it's the best subdivision, in my personal opinion, that can be done on any road in Nash County. That's any road. I am fully in favor of reducing the number of roads that access major roads. I'm fully aware of that, and I see developers that's what they do, is they buy acreage and they got the minimums down, and anyway, it's road front lots. But DOT support us, and the DOT representatives support us again in the planning board. And we had support from the DOT and the fire marshal, which is very important. But anyway, you're gonna jump around from things like I do in my mind. We can pull this up and go back to the other drawing that's on the computer that y'all have. Yeah, I don't get more, I'm done. Can we put up the actual? Yeah, maybe, the one that's got the lots on it. It's coming, all right, watch that, look. The people that you've heard from tonight, first of all, let's take them in order. The path that crosses where Mr. Lamb has his place, I met with Mr. Lamb, and I have offered him a paved road access. I've offered to build him a stone, continue that to the front of his house, do everything I can to satisfy them that I can. And just want things to say like they are, and I understand that. But then we talk, the path that he lives in is a sandy path, and it's not very wide at all, and no one takes care of the path. And the path is in disrepair. The trees, I mean, the bushes and the vegetative stuff is coming in on it. Anyway, that's that one. Then the path that goes to the Taylors, they are happy to have a paved road now. They don't have to rely on a path for their access. They got a paved road that's going to be coming up to where their property begins. And then I thought we were doing right by the other people here today. We're building at our expense. Their houses are back off the road, and they rely on an easement that was given to them by the farmers many years ago, many years ago. Their land don't go all the way to the road. And we, at our own expense, are putting them in a street to go right in front of our house, a paved street by DOT, built to DOT standards, that goes right by their house, and we're gonna still leave the easement where it's at. So now not only still have the easement they've been using, they have a paved road that goes right by their house. And I don't know what else to do. And then we got another gentleman property that has some issues. He don't have the easement. The easement doesn't cover him. The easement only covers the people in those two houses. So what did I do? The top piece has got the triangle lot in it. I offered him that if we get the 20,000 square foot, which 20,000 square foot lots, that's in the triangle at the very top. From the left, he owns the property behind the triangle lot. That if we get the 20,000 square foot lots, if he would pay and have it surveyed, I would give him 300 feet of that property, because we don't really need it to make what we want work. I don't know what else to do. And then they still are stand up and they're against us just because they're against us. And they're getting better. All of them are getting more when we get done than what they got today. And that's the best I can do, in my opinion. But anyway, have we got any questions?
Questions for the applicant? Anyone have any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I have The Section 1 that was approved before the land use development plan that was approved August 2021, was the section you're speaking of today part of that?
Yes.
So both of those were approved in...
No, they were a part of that, and because the easement was not, the easement was recorded, but it wasn't on the tax maps, and it didn't show up. So when we did our sketch plan, we were unaware that it was a recorded easement until we had the meeting here and the people that were affected brought it to our attention. And so we said that we would just take that side of the road off of the agenda and leave the remaining on the agenda so that we could at least get part of it approved at that particular commissioners meeting.
So then the second phase that you're talking about today was not approved by the commissioners?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It was tabled. That part was tabled on that side.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? All right, hearing none, I'd call for a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank y'all so much. Look forward.
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Wilkins made the motion.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. The motion, the public hearing is closed. Any further questions or comments for staff? You have anything else to offer?
No.
All right, at this time, I'd call for a motion to adopt a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness to either approve or deny the zoning map amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Leggett.
I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below and deny the conditional rezoning request CZ 250702 to rezone the specified property to RA20CZ for the development of the Williams Run Section 2 subdivision because of the proposed rezoning being inconsistent with the Nash County 2022 Nash County Comprehensive Land Use Plan designations and recommendations for minimum lot size.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
I just want to say, I had reservations about this, but after listening to everything, and the reason for my question was that I thought if both of those lots had been approved back in August 2021, I'm thinking, and Mr. Gaynor could probably add to it if needed, that if the board had already approved it before the redoing of the land use plan, that Mr. Williams would still have legal grounds to do it. And that is not the case. And so I just wanted to make that clear why I asked what I asked, because that weighs heavy.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Davis?
I'd just like to say there was one comment made about we need to let developers know where we stand on the R20 development, and we've had numerous ones of these up here since we visited the land development code and put in there that R30 was the minimum size without water and sewer. And I don't know what else we can do. We've set the precedent that apparently this board is intended on sticking to the land development code, even though it is advisory, that we had developed. And of course, we all know that we are in the process now of also revising the UDO itself, and that will be forthcoming. But until such time that I see this board changing the recommendation that's in the land development code for a minimum lot size of R30, I just feel like we have let our developers know that that is what we are expecting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments? All right, I think we've got a motion, we've got a second. All in favor of that motion indicate.
Mr. Chair?
Excuse me?
I want to make sure I understand it. Was that
Go ahead,
motion
Commissioner
to
Belfield.
deny?
That was a motion to deny, sir. Everybody clear? All in favor of that motion indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. We move now to agenda item number 13, public hearing on UDO text amendment request A250701, rural family occupations. Mr. Tyson will present the request.
A rural family occupation is a home-based business that may be allowed by the county zoning regulations on the same property as an existing home belonging to the person who's going to run that home-based business, and it's allowed under certain circumstances. One of those circumstances is that the development of a rural family occupation requires our Board of Adjustment to hold a quasi-judicial public hearing on a special use permit request in order to determine whether a particular proposal will satisfy the development standards that are set out by our UDO. As our ordinance currently reads, one of those standards requires the Nash County Environmental Health Division to evaluate proposed home-based businesses in order to, quote, determine the occupation's impact on the surrounding area with respect to excessive noise, dust, air emissions, odors, and surface or groundwater discharge, and to provide, quote, a written evaluation of these potential impacts. We have recently had a home-based business proposed as a rural family occupation, and in meeting with our Environmental Health Division, they've advised me that they do not have the authority nor the required expertise to evaluate a home-based business for anything other than the related permitting or use of an on-site water supply well or an on-site wastewater disposal septic system. And so it appears that the writers of our ordinance that set out this standard were overestimating the Environmental Health Division's ability to comment on all those things that I listed: the noise, dust, air emissions, odors. On June 23rd of this year, the Nash County Board of Adjustment met to hold a quasi-judicial public hearing on special use permit request S250601. That request was made by Mr. Walker Johnson in order to develop a rural family occupation. Gas Pro LLC is a gas contractor business on the same property as his private residence located at 11011 Pace Road, Bailey. Because the Environmental Health Division was unable to satisfy that specific development standard that requires its written evaluation of those things that they don't have the expertise or authority to evaluate, the Board of Adjustment voted unanimously to postpone its decision on that special use permit request to its upcoming regular meeting scheduled for August 25th. And in the meantime, instructed me to pursue an amendment to our ordinance to remove that requirement that cannot be properly fulfilled by our Environmental Health Division. I do want to note that even with the removal of that requirement, it doesn't mean that the anticipated impacts of a proposed rural family occupation on noise, dust, air emissions, odors, and surface or groundwater discharge, those things may still be considered by the Board of Adjustment anytime they have a request for a rural family occupation that may trigger concerns related to any one of those areas. And that can be done under the board's required duty to require that a proposed development, number one, will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Two, will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Three, that it will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. And four, that it will be in general conformity with the Nash County Comprehensive Land Use Plan. And so we're not necessarily taking these topics of discussion off the table because they could very well come up under one of these considerations anytime we have a rural family occupation permit. But what we are doing is removing the responsibility that our ordinance incorrectly assigned to our Environmental Health Division to ask them to do things that are beyond their scope and their typical mission. The next section of the staff report lists all the development standards that the Board of Adjustment has to consider for a proposed rural family occupation. I want to call your attention to letter G, environmental review, which is highlighted and struck through in your staff report as well as on the slide on the screen before you. This is the requirement in question that charges environmental health with making that written report about a broad list of topics that they are not equipped to address. And so the proposal is simply to remove provision G, environmental review, from the ordinance. And the request, of course, is for the board to do that today so that the current special use permit for Gas Pro LLC can pick back up where it was in June during the August meeting later this month with the Board of Adjustment. Anytime we amend our ordinance, we're required to consult our comprehensive land use plan. Of course, our comprehensive land use plan does not go to the specific detail of trying to address the development standards that should be required specifically for a rural family occupation. So this text amendment would be neither consistent nor inconsistent simply because the document doesn't try to address that. The TRC considered this request back on July 3rd and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this UDO text amendment request on July 21st. There were no members of the public choosing to address the board at that time with regard to this text amendment, and the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request. And so in your agenda, you have a suggested motion to either approve or deny the request, and then a statement of plan consistency, which, as I've already stated, really this text amendment is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the comprehensive land use plan. This will require a public hearing, and before we do that, I'll be glad to take any questions on the staff report.
Questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Okay, if our own county environmental health division is not equipped to do it, what would it take to get them equipped to do it? And can they not confer with the state Office of Environmental Quality?
Well, I think, one thing you're hitting on is the fact that these are things like dust, air emissions, surface groundwater discharge. These are things that fall under the environmental regulation of the State Department of Environmental Quality. And anytime we had a specific proposal that would involve dust, air emissions, odors, the planning staff could consult with NCDEQ as needed. And certainly they would be more equipped to answer those questions than our local environmental health division, which is focused on wells and septic tanks.
But there's nothing that directs our department to consult with the state, is it?
There's there's nothing in the ordinance that directs the planning department or the planning staff to consult with the state, but there's also nothing that would prevent it when a particular request has aspects to it that would have environmental concerns.
And that's my concern, if something like that were to happen, would they go to the state so our citizens are protected? Okay.
Other questions for staff? Any other questions? All right, I call for a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Hearing none, I call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second? That's Commissioner Harrington. Did you second that?
I will, second.
Thank you, sir. All in favor of that motion indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now out of public hearing. Is there any further discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett.
I'd just like to make the comment that I think that this issue, I really wasn't familiar with it before I saw it on our agenda, but to me, this seems like this is about giving rural families the freedom to operate and live outside of town and do some things that maybe you can't necessarily do in town. Not that it would be anything detrimental to their neighbors or the environment, but that giving them that freedom. And it removes the relevant language that if the Nash County Environmental Health is not qualified or equipped to conduct the review, is written, that it removes that irrelevant language. So I would support this. Thank you.
Any other discussion, comments? Hearing none, I'd call for a motion to adopt a statement of plan consistency and to either approve or deny the text amendment. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion to approve.
Commissioner Leggett makes the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All in favor? Commissioner Howard.
I would just like to add, I would like this maybe be, when we look at redoing the UDO in the future, maybe perhaps relook at this as far as just putting some verbiage in there to give direction for our staff where to go to get assistance on this if it does come back up to someone who is qualified to be looked at when we visit the UDO, so there is guidance for our staff.
I think Mr. Tyson just made a note of that. Any further discussion, comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins.
I would say I agree with Commissioner Howell, but I just feel like it should have been done before now, so that's my point.
Any other comments or discussion? We've got a motion, we've got a second. All in favor of that motion indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
No.
That motion passes on a 6-1 vote. We'll move now to agenda item number 14, subdivision waiver request, Taylor Store Road subdivision. Mr. Tyson will present the request. There's no public hearing required on this matter.
The subject property of this request is outlined in red on the map before you. This is approximately 20.98 acres of undeveloped land. It's currently owned by Nashco JV1 LLC. As you can see from the map, it's located on the east side of Taylor Store Road. It's in the A1 Agricultural Zoning District in the northwestern corner of Nash County. So it's in close proximity to the county lines of Franklin, Warren, and Halifax counties. And I think it's so far in the northwestern corner that it actually has a Hollister zip code. Stocks Engineering has submitted a sketch plan for the development of the subject property into the Taylor Store Road subdivision. This was submitted on behalf of the property owner. It proposes 10 new residential lots and 2 open space lots. Those 2 open space lots would be located on either side of the road at the entrance in the very narrow portion of the lot. All of these new private road lots would have interior driveways, and they would all be served by private on-site wells and septic systems. The issue that brings us to the waiver request is the length of this private road from its driveway off of Taylor Store Road to its cul-de-sac on the eastern end of the road. The length of that road currently is 1,608 feet. This, of course, exceeds our standard 1,200-foot maximum cul-de-sac length limitation, which is in the Unified Development Ordinance. However, the ordinance section further states, quote, "except where, upon the recommendation of the planning board and the approval of the Board of Commissioners, existing conditions warrant a modification of this requirement." The developer has therefore requested a waiver of this requirement. UDO Section 10.8 allows the Board of Commissioners to approve subdivision waivers under one of 3 circumstances. The first being a physical hardship, the second being equal or better performance, and the third being unintentional error. And of course, conditions may be attached to a subdivision waiver in order to ensure that the underlying purpose of the waived standards or requirements will still be satisfied. In this particular case, the developer argues that requiring strict compliance with this 1,200-foot maximum cul-de-sac length limitation presents an unusual and unnecessary physical hardship based on the existing conditions of the subject property. The first concern is that the way you typically address a road that exceeds the length limitation is by providing a stub road to serve an adjacent property that breaks up the length of that road. A stub road is not compatible with the nature of a private road because one of the features or intents of a private road is to limit the access to only those people who are served directly by it and who will have a responsibility for maintaining it. And so you cannot solve this issue like you would with a public road by providing a stub road off to an adjacent property because of the inherent nature of a private road. More specifically to the point of the property presenting a physical hardship, you'll notice that the front approximately 525 feet of the property is a very narrow strip of land. Essentially, the property owner has to build the private road back to here before he gets enough width on this particular property to begin developing lots. This area in the front is unsuitable for residential development. It has a stream crossing with a 100-foot wide riparian buffer area that would prevent residential development. It also has natural topography with slopes greater than 30%. So there's not a lot of flat area there that would be suitable for development, and it has poor soil conditions for septic systems. And so the developer's argument here is that the reason the waiver for the longer road is justified is because of the particular shape of this property and the very narrow portion at the front that is encumbered with a lot of environmental concerns. They have to build the road longer before they can, they have to build at least this much road before they can start taking advantage of developing lots around it. And so that is the request, is to allow an extension over and above the normal 1,200-foot limitation to the proposed total of 1,608-foot length of private road. The Nash County Technical Review Committee considered the Taylor Store Road subdivision waiver request back on July 3rd, recommended approval. The Nash County Planning Board considered the Taylor Store Road subdivision waiver request on July 21st and voted unanimously to recommend approval. I want to note two things to the board. One is that approval of this waiver would be consistent with a previous approval that the board has granted for a private road development. And the second thing I want to note is that neither the TRC or the planning board would likely recommend approval if this were a public road. And so it is very unique in that because this is a private road, both of those bodies are recommending approval based on the justification of the particular situation that this property finds itself in. This does not require a consistency statement. It is simply a motion to either approve or deny the request. The applicant is with us, and I'm sure will address you as at your request. We do not need to hear from the public because, as the chairman noted, this decision does not require a public hearing. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions you have on the staff report.
Questions for staff? Commissioner Howell.
I may have missed it, but is the road going to be paved or is it just going to be gravel?
It's going to be gravel. Well, excuse me. If the developer chose to pave it, that would be over and above the county's minimum requirement for a private road, but they wouldn't be prevented from doing that. Typically, a private road will be gravelled, and that's the minimum standard that the county requires. You could certainly go over and above that, but I anticipate it will probably be gravelled.
And this road would not meet public specifications to be taken over by DOT at an event in the future, is that correct?
Correct. It is not intended to be designed to meet those standards. It'll be maintained in perpetuity by the 10 lot owners who will form a homeowners association to own and maintain the road going forward.
One more, sir. And the whole point of restricting the road to 1,200 feet, is that for emergency vehicles and buses access to the property?
I think it's for two reasons. One is, as you're mentioning, to prevent an emergency vehicle from having to go a long ways without a method of turning around in the cul-de-sac. Also, when we're talking about a public road, the length limitation stimulates those stub road connections, which leads to interconnectivity between adjacent subdivisions. And that intent obviously would not apply here because of its nature as a private road.
Other questions? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Tyson, if you could, I'm a little bit fuzzy on, I know we've dealt with this before, and talk to us just a little bit about the 10-acre rule on a private road versus what we got right here to help me get that straight in my mind.
So the state legislature says that under state statute, that whenever a property owner wishes to subdivide a lot that is greater than 10 acres, it is completely exempt from local county subdivision rules. And as long as you have an 18-foot easement from a public road to that 10 acres, the county is obligated to allow the development of at least one home on that 10 acres. So if your lots were larger than 10 acres each, you would not have to build a private road. You could simply have a minimum 18-foot wide easement. Because each of these resulting lots is obviously less than 10 acres, they do have to abide by the local subdivision rules.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I'm not prepared to not support this today, but I do have concern with it. And my concern is, we talked about this morning in a previous public hearing, sticking to the rules we have. We have a rule of 1,200 linear feet, and we're being asked to go to 1,608 feet, which I can okay myself with it, even though I don't like it, simply because it does meet one of the criterias of it being an odd-shaped piece of property, what you pointed out in the beginning, that you don't get any benefits of building the road. But in looking at the UDO moving forward, I think this board should really study the idea of continuing to allow private roads to be put in the county that do not meet state regulations, because it's all of us' goal at some point not to have roads within the county that are not paved roads for our school system, for our emergency vehicles. And if we continue to allow these, we won't ever get to the end of that goal of ours, which is our hope would be to have all roads paved. It should be the goal of every county. But again, if we keep creating them, we won't ever get to the end of that. But with that said, I'd like Mr. Tyson and us to make sure we look at that and going through the UDO and see what other counties have done that would potentially keep us from continuing to create roads that would never be maintained by the public. To put this particular road here on the backs of X number of property owners, ever how many lots we got in there, it works great if everybody does the part, but we also know that we've got roads in the county that are somewhat inaccessible by school buses that were done a long time ago. And it's just not a feel-good to myself to continue to create long-term problems. But with that said, I'll be quiet, Mr. Chairman.
You made a note of that as well for the meeting. Other questions? Commissioner Leggett?
I guess I'm a little fuzzy on this as well. I'm going to steal your wording on that. Is
Sure.
that kind of the difference, there seems to be a difference between a tract of land that someone owns and is possibly living there and adds a house or a few houses versus a developer putting in a subdivision off of a private gravel road, and then, you know, when people don't want to pay their part to have the path, you know, leveled out and gravel added, it does create issues down the road, and they'll be coming to us looking for answers when the developer's gone. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Arrington?
Well, I would support this as a hardship. This is, well, maybe a suggestion that the developer, that section, that front section, maybe it should be paved. And like I said, I support this on the hardship basis that the road, it meets all other standards. And that would be my recommendation, that the developer at least pave that extra section, that beginning section.
Other questions, comments? Hearing none, does the applicant wish to address the board? Please state your name for the record, sir.
Good morning, Board. Ethan Averitt with Stocks Engineering. I won't go over everything Adam just said, but just to reiterate that the reason for the hardship is the front section of about 525 feet is in the narrow section. It's extreme topography, and we have a buffer to cross. But also just to note that the road could be shorter, but the goal is for these to be nice, wide, uniform lots. All these lots are greater than 1.5 acres. And so if we were to shorten it back, we'd have some flag-shaped, irregular lots with narrow frontages, just meeting the bare minimums. But the goal is for this to be a nice product with wide, large lots that are even. And so that's the reason for the design that we've come up with. And the front portion of this property just being unusable is the reason for the request. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any other questions you might have from a layout standpoint.
Anyone have questions?
Like I
Mr.
said,
Harrington?
that section that we are talking about, the front, that's so unusual, could that be paved?
Potentially. I'll let the developers who are spending the money answer that. But yes, it could, potentially, yes. The owners are here. I'll let them speak to that.
All right,
Yes.
we might want to put that in there as a condition. Go ahead.
Would the owner like to speak to that now before we move to other questions?
Sure. I wanted to ask what you were mentioning the beginning, the entrance of that. About how far in is it that you have in mind?
I believe it's that at least it's almost 600 feet, right?
Are you talking about the entire portion that's at the entrance that would not be used?
That part that you cannot build on.
Okay. Absolutely. So we are just part. I am not the sole owner of this particular project. I think that it is possible to do. I would have to consult with the other owners before I could speak on their behalf on that specific request. I think it's doable, but I don't want to 100% speak for them, if that makes sense. They're not present here for everybody. I think that we could potentially make that work, but we'd have to ask them and consult with them. Yeah, so I think that's potentially doable, yes, sir.
I was going to just mention that maybe a good stopping point too would be once crossing the buffer, because we're going to have to permit through DEQ crossing that stream. It's going to be a large culvert. And so once getting through that at the minimum with the road slopes that we have, that could potentially be a good stopping point as well. That'd probably be about 120, 150 foot in, would be across the buffer into the area where we could get back to typical ditch sections. So. Any other questions, I guess, that I can answer for you?
Commissioner Davis?
I will have one when we get to the point back to staff.
What is before us today is the waiver request. And help clarify this for me. We're not talking about paving any of the road. If we go in that direction, they don't know if the developer would support it or not. I mean, what are we approving today then?
So I think there was perhaps going in the direction of whether there would be a condition added to this waiver that would require the paving of the front portion of the road. But what the applicant has said is that they're not prepared to agree to that condition because they don't have the consent of all the property owners. So the board can move forward with I think the applicant has committed to at least examining and studying the paving of the front portion. But the board needs to decide if that is a big enough hangup to not move forward with the waiver request that is what is actually before today. I would also add that whatever the developer, if the developer will inherit the paving costs or will pay the paving cost initially, but it will be the 10 lot owners that will have to maintain that pavement going forward. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
Well, I don't think they can commit to that today, so what we're voting on today is the waiver request.
Correct.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Howell?
So is there any way to build this road to state standards, DOT standards?
I think typically the reason you would not build it to state standards is because either the property doesn't have the potential for more than 10 lots, and so you don't have a financial incentive to build it to state standards under the county ordinance, or if you're intentionally trying to create a private development, anytime you turn something over to the state, it becomes open for use by the public. And so a private subdivision development cannot turn over their roads to the state, but then not allow every state taxpayer to come and go up and down that road as they choose. And so the reason people choose private roads is typically either because the property doesn't have potential for more than 10 lots, or they are intentionally designing a closed private neighborhood for a particular type of lot owner that wants that privacy and that experience.
Is this community gated?
It could not be if it were a public road, but since it's private, there is the possibility that a homeowners association could install a gate.
I mean, I'm just asking, is that the plan, the reason for wanting a private communities, we're going to make it a gated community where it's completely private? Because, I mean, my concern is, from the constituents in my area, we've had some of these put in before, prior to me becoming the commissioner here, and then the upkeep and the maintenance, you're putting the burden, whether it's paved or whether it's gravel, back on 10 basically lot owners. And then if you've got vacancies there, then that gets shared between less. And the situations we got now is, it's not being maintained. It's an eyesore. It's attracting rodents to the other properties that's in the neighborhood. And then you're putting that cost on more as it continues to deteriorate. So if it could be made a public road, and the state would take over, the state would maintain the road, it would also maintain the right-of-way and the ditches and the water. And it sounds like we've got rolling land here with a lot of water in that area, potential flooding and stuff down the line. So that's just my concern, is trying to figure that out. Why would we do it this way versus the other and take the financial burden off the landowners?
So when considering this, we, myself as well as the other owners, we were looking to do a relatively small project. We felt that this fell very perfectly within the parameters of a privately maintained road subdivision, which only allows for 10 lots. So it's a relatively smaller project. That's why we started going down that route, because you had two options presented before you, and that was one of the two options, and that's what we had talked about and started kind of moving that direction. It wasn't anything that I was aware of that private subdivisions were not, I don't know if it's frowned upon, but that's not really what our intent was. We were just trying to kind of move forward with a privately maintained road subdivision. It seemed like a good design, a good fit for that. And the the entrance is not suitable for development. And that's why it's an open space for that full length. And I am able to do a certain amount on behalf of those that are not here today. And I know that our engineer Ethan ended up submitting a counter of potentially 125 to 150 to clear some of that beginning area. And that is something that I am able to commit to being able to pave the 125 to 150 feet as a condition, if that is a condition that it needs to be applied to it. But that's the direction that we were going with it.
Just one more question to follow up to Commissioner Leggett's point earlier. This isn't a family just trying to put 10 different lots in for their family to live. This is actually a development. You're looking to retail these lots and develop it into houses.
That is correct. It's a smaller project that we were looking at. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So the questions?
My question's for staff.
Okay.
I'll just reiterate really quickly that the private road is still designed to NCDOT standard as far as it's a shoulder section. We designed the road in Civil 3D to give it a center line, meet all the K values for vertical and horizontal street design that meets DOT standards. The only thing that's really missing is the top 2 inches of asphalt. So everything else is, it will have ditch sections that will carry the stormwater appropriately and all that, as you guys know, but it would just not have the 2 inches of asphalt on the top is essentially what separates it as the private road. So from a design standpoint.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right, Ms. Tyson, I just heard the applicant say that they would commit to paving 125 to 150 feet of the road. Is that correct? So that could be made a condition of approval of this waiver request.
Correct.
Are there questions for staff? Commissioner Leggett?
Okay, I think Commissioner Davis had questions as well. I'll let him go first.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Well, actually, my question's been answered. My question was going to be, does this waiver have the venue to allow us to add conditions to it?
It does.
I wasn't sure what it did or didn't. So my question's been asked.
It does.
Commissioner Leggett, thank you.
Commissioner Leggett?
Okay, so some of my questions really kind of lead back to the fact that we rarely see approvals for gravel roads anymore. Just about all the approvals that come to us are for paved roads, so that's kind of why I'm scratching my head a little bit about this. The topography of that area really lends itself to being highly erodible. And just at the beginning of our meeting, Mayor Pritchard spoke about a flash flood event that happened where there was 7+ inches of rain in that one spot in Spring Hope. And that could just as easily happen up there and wash this gravel road out. I mean, there's on the topography map here, it shows a waterway that goes through that subdivision plan there. And I just, by granting the request for an even longer gravel road, I just wouldn't want to be creating more of an issue for these folks that would be moving there. I understand that they have the right to build a subdivision and with larger lots, and I fully appreciate that. But Adam, I guess I do have one question about that's related. Are there requirements that the county has for providing paved roads in subdivisions?
So currently, the ordinance does allow an unpaved gravel private road with 2 stipulations. One is that it can't serve more than 10 lots, which is the number proposed here. And secondly, the road has to be designed to NCDOT standards with the exception that it can be gravelled instead of paved. And the intent of that is that hopefully, if those property owners come to an agreement that they no longer want to maintain it, but want to take up the cost of paving it to NCDOT standards for one time, then they could offer it up for adoption. The underlying road design and width has all been met for the DOT standards. So there's nothing that would preclude these 10 future lot owners to paying for the paving of the road and then offering it up to NCDOT to take over. But they would have to want to do that, and they'd have to want to surrender their private status in order to do it.
Okay.
Other questions for staff? Are you ready for a motion?
All right. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this as a hardship, and also the condition that they developer pave the front at least 150 feet on this entrance to the sub-road. So we're waiving the standard maximum length limitation for the Taylor Store Road subdivision based on this physical hardship.
You've heard the motion. Does everyone understand it?
I do have a point of clarity here. The applicant agreed to pave in a range from 100 to somewhere between 125 feet to 150 feet. Mr. Arrington's condition specified the high end of that range, 150 feet.
I was just observing the applicant, and he was,
He's okay with the 100?
well, I would ask him.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right, you've heard the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I think we
Mr.
need a
Davis?
second. and
We do need a second.
I'm prepared to make that second, somewhat reluctantly, but our ordinance currently allows what we have here before us today. And as long as it's in the ordinance, we probably should continue to allow it. But that's the reason I really asked that we look at it moving forward. But I would second the motion as presented by Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Excuse me. Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. Really, we got more than one thing here. We got the whole point in the waiver is because it's exceeded our current UDO.
That's right.
Which is 1,200 feet. For safety reasons is what I've been told at this point, mainly is the main point of that. It's not a gated community. It's not a family farm that you're dividing up between family members and doing this. So to me, if we're going to extend a waiver on it, if the road's already built to state standards, why not go ahead and pave it and take that burden off these other individuals who are going to buy it? Because putting a financial burden on these landowners after they come in and buy the lot and build the house and put it on there is a financial hardship on them, versus when the developer comes in, go ahead and take the extra step and pave the road, make it DOT standards, then the state takes it over, the state keeps it up, you take that financial burden off the landowners. And to Commissioner Leggett's point earlier, I mean, it's a highly erodible area, and gravel's going to move when you get excessive rain. So, I mean, I would be glad to support the waiver if the road was paved and it was made public, or if this was a farm situation and we're dividing this up between family members and it's going to be private, we're going to keep it a private community and gated at the front, absolutely. But as it stands, I can't support it, sir.
We've got a motion on the floor. Everyone understands the motion. It's been seconded. All in favor of that motion indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
All right, let's do it by show of hands. All in favor of that motion, raise your hand. In favor?
I'm sorry.
All right. All opposed, raise your hand. Motion passes 4-3. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
We'll move now to agenda item number 15, Governor's Highway Safety Patrol Grant Approval. And Mr. Tyson, you've got that noted for the UDO as Commissioner Davis requested. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon, Chief Deputy Wilson.
I have a copy of the resolution. If I may approach and pass these out, I would like for you all to have a copy of this before I get started.
It's in their packet.
The Commission.
They already have a copy of it? All right, perfect.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, so Sheriff Stone is adamant about trying to obtain any monies that we can use to use for overtime projects. And we applied for the Governor's Highway Safety overtime grant. And this overtime grant, once we applied for it, it goes through a process, and they notified us that we would be approved of this grant of $25,000 for overtime if the commissioners deem appropriate to approve us to move forward with it. What this grant basically covers is from October the 25th of this year through September the 26th of 2026. It would allow us to spend $25,000 in overtime money for traffic enforcement-related activities. And so the way that this works is you would sign the resolution saying that you agree with that. The officers would work this event. They would turn it in and get reimbursed from the county, or they get paid from the county, and then we turn in the paperwork to the state, and then they reimburse the money back to the county. So it will end up being a zero cost to the county. The only thing that we would have to do is set the $25,000 up to begin with to pay that. And what our plans would be is that $25,000 based off the average pay rate, and they get paid at time and a half, that would be roughly 525 hours of enforcement activity. And then basically we divide that up over 12 months, and over the 12 months be about 45 hours a month. So how does that equate? That equates to 3 officers twice a month going out and working special projects in areas that need particular attention. And we have complaints come in all the time at different areas, and that'd give us a chance to go out and work overtime, not just use officers during the regular time to do that. So that would carry through, and we would actually stage that out and rotate that through the year if it's approved. So what I need from the board, if I'm asking for approval, and if the board approves it, you would sign the resolution. Once I would get a copy of that resolution, Mr. Chairman, because your name is on here to sign, once I got a copy of that, then I would send this paperwork into the state, and then they would move forward with granting us the opportunity to work overtime.
Questions? Any questions? Chief Deputy Wilson. All right, you've heard the recommendation, or do I need to restate it? All in favor? I'm sorry, I need a motion on that. Is there a motion?
Make a motion we approve, sir.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Howell. No discussion. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief Deputy.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
We'll move now to agenda item number 16.
I need a real short break.
All right, I've been requested to have a short break. Sorry about that, Mr. Kerrigan. We'll take a short break, like 5 minutes if you can. We'll come back and start over. 16, proposal to select an electronic timekeeping solutions vendor. Human Resources Director Tim Kerrigan will present the request. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning. I'm not quite sure who suggested that break, but thank you. I am really pleased to be here today to present this to you. This is something that we've spoken about a few times, and we're here today to review the proposal for electronic timekeeping. Nash County currently utilizes a primarily manual timekeeping system for employee payroll purposes. Staff proposed the implementation of an electronic timekeeping system. Some of the expected benefits are increased accuracy, automatic calculations, efficiency and time savings, enhanced compliance and record keeping, integrations with payroll systems, and employee self-service functions. The HR, finance, and IT departments have invested substantial time and effort to prepare for the upcoming implementation. We have additionally worked with other departments in the county so that each of their needs is best met. Implementation date is proposed for February 1st of 2026, with appropriate planning, testing, and training scheduled from this point until then. For optimal success with implementation, staff understand the need and is prepared to properly educate employees about the new process well in advance. Staff thoroughly researched 5 vendors to determine which may be most beneficial. This process included surveying other North Carolina agencies, requesting and reviewing proposals from the vendors, and online demonstrations. Upon review, staff have confidence in recommending UKG as our vendor. The decision to select UKG was based on several factors, including their experience with our software that both finance and HR utilize, which is Tyler Munis, the adherence to our timeline, the positive reference checks of similar governmental agencies, and the overall cost, which has come in under budget. So it is our request that that you approve the contractual agreement with UKG and allow the county manager to execute the agreement. And I'm certainly open and available to questions.
Questions? Questions for staff? Commissioner Davis.
Just curious, Tim, what in our purchasing general statutes allows us to do it without a competitive bid process? If you just explain that to me so I'd know in the future.
It is my understanding for this, with it being a service contract and unique to our electronic systems and the dollar amount, but I can provide that.
So the key word is?
Service contract.
Service contract, okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Leggett? Hold on, Ms. Bell, till I get right to you.
Mr. Garen, what were some of the prices on other systems?
They go down to, from free, of course, but realistically, some were a little bit higher than this. What this comes up to is about $42,000 to $43,000 annually. After about 40 total in the first year will be just under 90,000. Some of the others were in that range, very similar. There was one that we reviewed that was around 25,000, but it did certainly not meet our needs with our software. Of note, with the first year, of course, there is implementation, which takes a lot of staff time on their end and ours, but also that incorporates the purchase of 10 scanning units. So that might come later. Right now, we're taking our first best guess. So depending upon the department or the type of job that the employees are doing, let's say, for instance, the collection sites might take a different type of data collection than it might for a different department. Each of these, the systems, after we reviewed 5, we came down to 2, which we felt most met our needs, and then we interviewed those a couple times with online interviewing, but part of that, again, that upfront cost is maybe everybody will have the ability to utilize their phone for tracking. It will geofence those, so not to the level of if they came in the first, second, or third floor of this building per se, but otherwise geofencing. Some of those standalone units that we will have, we will be able to utilize in various departments, and then the department can determine if they need a different type of format. It can be as extensive as face recognition and thumbprint, but obviously we don't feel that we need that.
Okay, well, thank you. I think, when you break it down for the ongoing cost, it's a little less than $53 per employee. I think considering our current process and how time is handled, I think we'll hopefully save that pretty quickly.
That's a great point. With all of the employees that might use it, even part-time employees, so if you look at around 1,000 employees, I believe it came up to $375 per employee per month, somewhere in that range.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Belfield?
So if we get a vendor, then Nash County staff would not have to be involved at all?
No, sir, the vendor provides the platform and the software, so staff will still be involved. Of course, it will be much more timely and precise. We will be able to do so many other things than just the timekeeping, but we'll be able to, let's say people can put in for their vacation time or time off. So then at the staffing level, once the supervisor has that information, it allows the employee to put those requests in, and then the supervisor can help manage staff so we don't get short-staffed as much, hopefully. But also it just provides accurateness and timeliness so that all of that information can be checked from either 1, 2, or 3 levels or more of supervisors to make sure that it's accurate. And then that flow gets to the finance department so that they can then disperse the checks. So there still is certainly oversight from the staff, but it makes it a whole lot more manageable and accurate.
Other
Well,
questions
it
for
seemed
staff?
like-
You have other questions, Commissioner?
Seems like, to me, that, I don't quite understand it. But is it necessary, our employees are not on a time schedule, or do we have some, kind of like what I said, punch the clock?
Certainly, many employees still punch the clock per se, but their call to duty might not work their exact shift. So even if they were on an 8-hour shift, emergency personnel.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir. So at that point, they would be able to start their work time, but because it's outside of the norm, the supervisor is going to still have to verify that. It's going to, the supervisor would see that that employee checked in, and when they checked out, then they're going to have to go in and make sure that that was valid, that what the employee intended to put down was accurate.
Okay.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Howard?
So you mentioned that the employees will be able to enter in time-off requests?
Yes, sir.
Stuff as well, so they'll be tracking and reporting information for that? That'll be cumulative throughout the county by departments?
Yes, sir.
Can be reviewed? And does this system have the ability to grow in the future as far as mileage reimbursement or expense reimbursement as well? We have a different program that runs that?
That I'm not certain of, if it would be an add-on to that or not, but specifically here just for the timing and the scheduling.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
will this have the ability to track individuals with county cell phones, whether they're here or not? What is it, geofencing?
With the geofencing, yes, so you're able to use your cell phone to be able to clock in or clock out when that occurs. It will geofence with close proximity as to where that occurred. So for instance, if someone, we have a lot of employees that work in the field, it would be able to show when and where they clocked in and clocked out. Sometimes that might happen even in between a shift or outside of their normal work schedule. So yes, you can see where that happened.
So if they clock in at Crabtree Mall in Raleigh and say they're working, you all will know.
That's right. We would really want to know what they were doing there.
Okay, and I have a second question, Mr. Chairman. The 5 vendors, it says staff researched 5 vendors. Did you actually accept proposals from 5 vendors, or you researched 5 vendors and decided which ones you wanted the proposals from?
It was both. This originally began with the finance department looking into it. We had an employee at the time who was assigned to special projects. So he had reached out, put it out. I don't know exactly how he went about that to gain interest, but there are, between myself, the IT department, he and the finance department, There are only so many vendors that can work along with our software system, so we definitely reached out to Tyler, who is the parent company for the Munis software system, and reached out to those where we had knowledge of that. But we do feel that we have searched all of the types of vendors that work with Tyler Munis. We spent a lot of time with them, even though they have their own system as well. They have a product, but for our types of shift work and whatnot, it is really not designed for that. And they told us such.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Commissioner Arrington?
Well, I've been in support of this, and like I said, one of the reasons, because we use a similar system at where I work, so, the employee can see how much time they have, vacation, how much time they put in at work, and also as far as the supervisor, there's no confusion about when they put in for vacation or how much time they put in, how much time, it's just a less face-to-face time, so it's a much more accurate way of keeping up with time because of the electronicness tracking that it has. So I'm in support of the effort, and you can improve this, like you said, as you move along, as your vendor decide to add on things. All right.
I appreciate that you added that point. One of the things is with employee morale, we're always trying to improve that, but this is one of those things that you don't see in a return on investment type, just this portion that I'm going to speak of. But for the ease of use, I know myself when I'm looking at taking time off, that's generally not here during the workday. That's at 10 o'clock at night with my wife or on the weekend. And if we both decide on something, I can see the employees doing that same thing so that they can put in their request when it's on top of their mind. Otherwise, they have that discussion with their significant other at home, they get back to work, and they forget about it.
Yeah. And also, you probably have, but what you do now have to be put in at a certain time, 24 hours or 3 days or whatever it is, you plug in that amount of time so everybody know when a vacation time, when emergency time. We're giving so much emergency time where you can have 2 hours or whatever, you can call it emergency, a certain amount during the year, and so forth and so on.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Kerrigan, would you restate the recommendation?
Recommendation is to approve the contractual agreement with UKG and allow the county manager to execute the agreement.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion?
One
Commissioner
question.
Leggett?
What is the term of the agreement again?
So we have a price hold for 5 years, at which there would be up to a 4% cap, which is quite low. Many times you get into a 2 or 3 year agreement with 10%. So that was another important piece that I was able to get with UKG. We do have an exit clause should we need one, either us or them. So without penalty, we just have to give due notice. And I believe that's 60 days.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else before we call for the vote? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan. We'll move now to
Thank you all.
agenda item number 17, resolution adopting NEW Regional Mitigation Plan. Call on Fire and Rescue Services Emergency Management Director Trip Bunn to present the request.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board. This afternoon, I come to you to ask you to approve the 2025 NEW or Nash Edgecombe Wilson Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. I have a resolution. I can read it for you, or you may have a copy, whatever you prefer.
Does the board wish it to be read? It's in your agenda packet.
No, sir.
No, no.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The purpose of the NEW Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan is to identify, assess, and mitigate hazard risk to better protect the people and property within Nash, Edgecombe, and Wilson counties for the effects of natural and human hazard causes. This plan documents the progress on existing hazard mitigation plan efforts and updates the previous plan to reflect current conditions in the region, including relevant hazard vulnerabilities, increases public education and awareness about the plan and planning process, maintains grant eligibility for participating in jurisdictions, maintains compliance with state, federal requirements for local hazard mitigation plans, and identifies and outlines strategies the region's participating jurisdictions will use to decrease vulnerability and increase resiliency. So at this time, I would request that you adopt the resolution passing the plan.
Any questions? Any questions? You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Make a motion, sir.
Motion by Commissioner Howell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Is there any discussion? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I don't
Wilkins.
have discussion or well, I have one request. Based on what Mayor Kyle Pritchard alluded to when he spoke during public comment and in anticipation of him coming back, presenting something to the board, I just asked if the county manager or staff, and I know it's online, but just email him this resolution and, so he can read it in anticipation of what he's going to present to us later.
I think the manager has noted that. Any other questions before we vote?
Will you be
Commissioner
working with
Belfield.
the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Government in identifying hazards and mitigations?
Yes, sir. So in the plan, it was worked on by several entities throughout the county, all three counties, and the Upper Coastal Plains was one of those agencies that helped build the plan.
Yeah, because they've been doing this, I know, for several years, along working with the county and identifying hazardous areas, and making recommendations for clearing them up.
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to vote? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
Tripp. We'll move now to agenda item number 18, monthly tax report. Call on the tax administrator, Marion Cascone, to present the request.
Good afternoon, Chairman,
Thank you,
Commissioners.
Ms. Cascone. Good to see you.
The same here. In keeping with North Carolina General Statute 105-357, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current of the activities in the tax collector's office. This report is for your information only and does not require approval, so the action is to please consider accepting the report so it may be entered into the minutes.
Any questions for Ms. Cascone? All right, without objection, the report will be accepted and noted in the minutes. We'll move now to agenda item number 19, tax refund request. Ms. Cascone will present the request, which is also for information only.
Yes, thank you. In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-381, the tax collector will submit to the governing body for their approval a list of any tax refunds after the legitimacy of the refund has been established. No action is required because there are no refunds to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Cascone.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to now move to an item that's I'm going to call for a motion to recess the regular meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners and convene the 2025 hearing of the Board of Equalization and Review. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. The Board of Equalization and Review is now called to order, and I ask the clerk to the board, Marion Cascone, to present the agenda details.
Thank you, Chairman. On July 7, 2025, the Board of Equalization Review hearing was held during the Board of Commissioners meeting. The hearing for parcel 003373 was continued to August 11th, today, to obtain additional information on this case. The information is not yet complete, therefore the tax department and the taxpayer respectfully request a continuance of the hearing until the September 8th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting at 11 a.m.
Thank you, Ms. Cascone. Before we proceed, I'd like to ask the attorney, do you have any additional comments, sir? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gaynor. Are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Just, why isn't it complete? Is it the taxpayer that needs time to submit documents, or is it Nash County?
It's a little bit of both. We already went out and re-established and remeasured the entire building to make sure that our records are accurate, and we're waiting for some responses back and forth. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I now call for a motion to continue the hearing for parcel number 003373 until September the 8th, 2025 at 11 a.m. to allow the tax department and taxpayer to continue to gather information related to the valuation of the property. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. With no other business today, I now call for a motion to recess the Board of Equalization and Review until September the 8th, 2025 at 11 a.m. and to reconvene the regular meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Made that motion. Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Belfield made the second. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. The motion passes. We'll now move to agenda item number 21. Ms. Cascone will continue. It's the sworn report of unpaid real and personal property taxes. And I think this was emailed to everyone on Friday, I believe, so you should have received it.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Cascone?
Per North Carolina General Statute 1053731, the tax collector after July 1st and before being charged with the collection of the 25-26 taxes must make a sworn statement to the Board of Commissioners, a list of unpaid 24-25 real property taxes, and a list of unpaid 24-25 personal property taxes that are not liens on real property. This report ensures transparency and accountability in the collection process. And the requested action is to please consider accepting the sworn report so it may be entered into the record.
Any questions for Ms. Cascone? Any questions? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to accept the report so it may be entered into the record?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Howell, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Now move to agenda item number 22. Ms. Cascone will present request fiscal year 24-25 annual settlement. Ms.
Yes, sir,
Cascone?
thank you. Per North Carolina General Statute 1053733, the tax collector will submit to the governing board an annual settlement of monies received during the prior fiscal year, and to charge the tax collector with the collection of the 25-26 property taxes, and to recharge the tax collector with the responsibility for the collection of the outstanding taxes from the years 2014 to 2024. The requested action is to please consider accepting and approving the fiscal year 24-25 annual settlement report so it may be entered into the minutes, and then to please charge the tax collector with the collection of the fiscal year 25-26 property taxes, and to recharge the tax collector with the responsibility for the collection of the outstanding taxes for the years 2014 to 2024.
Any questions? Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Davis?
Comment, a little surprising to me, but the vast amount of difference in the amount of funds that we collected between 24-25 and 23-24. It went up about 22% in income that we received from property tax. That's a large number, actually about $14 million more than we collected.
Yes, sir.
And I know it was all attributed to the revow, but still, it is a large amount of funds that we now have in our coffers to do other things that we needed to do, but I hope we remember that this revow is a 8-year revow, and it will be 8 more years before we get that bump again. So we must be cautious. There will be things coming up in year 2 through year 8 that we are faced with that we don't have an idea of today. So I hope we remain frugal with the extra cash that we receive due to property tax, and knowing that we have a 8-year cycle we have to go through, and to maintain a rate that our citizens can afford. I just hope we do that. The other thing I noted was about a 0.5% drop in collection rate, right at a 0.5%, and it's now down to 98.57.
Yes, sir.
And I type guy that beats a dead horse to death. Granted, I'll admit that up front, but we did adopt a collection rate this year of 98%, where I strive very hard to keep what we had always done with 98.57. We're awful close to 98, and I would, at this point early on, those that work on the budget ask that we consider next year returning back to the 97.5. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my comments.
Other questions or comments?
Well,
Commissioner Belfield?
I think our collection rate will probably, next year, when you make the report, will probably have dropped some. Maybe not much, probably about 1.5% to 2%.
I hope not.
Based on some things that are happening now in our country, that people are going to have a lot of people have a tough time trying to pay their taxes.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Any other questions or comments? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Do we need to restate it? Everybody good with it?
Good with it.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Cascone.
Thank you.
We'll move. Excuse me,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Belfield.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Belfield.
While we're talking about taxes, I was just wondering if Nash County have or would like to adopt it, where you can pay so much each month on your taxes until they're paid by the deadline before you start charging interest.
Yes, so, Ms. Bev, won't you share that thought with the manager, and she can consider that and bring back to us whatever's appropriate.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay?
Ms. Cascone?
to answer Commissioner Belfield's question, every year, we allow taxpayers to make payments beginning in January, right through to when the taxes are due. So we assist them by allowing them to just come in and make a payment in planning for their next year's tax bill.
Okay. I didn't know that, so that answers your question, Ms.
I would
Belfield.
like to take it a little further. Is it
No interest.
possible that you could give, I noticed Edgecombe County has one where they send you these certificates, where they're all hooked together in one sheet, where you can pay so much per, you might want to check with them
I will.
about it, because I think it's a good idea for some people to
Yes.
use that. They can't pay it all at one time, so they have these,
Coupons.
I almost said certificates, but it's on there where you can just pull off one each month and an amount that you're going to pay.
Wonderful.
Thank you,
sir. I
Commissioner
will.
Belfield. Thank you, Ms. Cascone.
Halifax does it on a quarterly basis, the same coupon, if you want to look into that as
Yeah,
well.
that's what I should have said, coupons, rather than certificates.
All right, we'll move now to agenda item number 23, CDBG CV interlocal agreements. Call on our Grants and Intergovernmental Relations Director, Emily Moore, to present a request. While she's coming up, there have been several requests made today. that being one, could you make sure that these requests are noted in the minutes so we would have a follow-up mechanism?
Good afternoon.
Good
Nash
afternoon,
County.
Ms. Moore.
Nash County was awarded $900,000 from the North Carolina Department of Commerce for Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus, CDBG-CV. A portion of these grant funds were approved by Commerce to be used for hand washing stations in our municipalities. Interlocal agreements were signed in 2022 between the county and the municipalities. We have received approval from Commerce to update hand washing station locations and add trail extensions. Presentations were made at the town council meetings to obtain municipal approval of the interlocal agreement First Amendments. First Amendments include the addition of the town of Whitakers will get one additional hand washing station, the town of Nashville will get one additional hand washing station, the town of Spring Hope will get one additional hand washing station and approximately 1,000 linear feet of walking trail extension, and the town of Castelia will get approximately 2,825 linear feet of walking trail extension. So the recommendation is to approve the interlocal agreement First Amendments, and there are 4 of them.
Any questions for staff? Any questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Belfield?
What amount of money that each one of these municipalities would receive?
So it varies. I'd have to look at the exact budget, but the hand washing stations, the current estimation is that the hand washing station will be approximately $5,000–6,000 just for the piece of equipment. That does not include the engineering or the installation. And the trail extensions for Spring Hope, it's just under $100,000, and for Castelia, it's just under $200,000. And that's just for the trail extensions.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Leggett?
what kind of hand wash stations are these?
Nice one.
They, if you've ever seen like the water fountain, like the metal water fountains at different parks, it's kind of like that, except it includes the hand washing piece, and it will still have a water fountain piece as well.
Nice, okay.
But metal bolted down on a concrete pad.
Are these at parks, or where are they located?
For Whitakers, they have 2 total. One is approved for their town hall, one is approved for the park, but I mean, they butt up against each other. For the town of Nashville, the one approved is for Glover Park. The town of Spring Hope, they have 3 approved hand washing stations, and the areas that were covered in the environmental review include the park and the downtown area, like where the town hall is. And then for Castelia, the park was what was included in the environmental review.
Thank you.
They're primarily parks.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, that we approve the interlocal agreement, First Amendment.
Motion by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
I reminded you earlier in the meeting, we were removing agenda item 24, so we'll move to agenda item number 25, Nash County Courthouse Renovation Project. Call on Deputy County Manager Jonathan Boone to present the request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Next 4 agenda items are all projects that were included in the installment financing that the board approved earlier this morning, and we'll step through each one of those. The first one, as the chairman indicated, is the Nash County Courthouse Renovation Project, and bids were opened on this project back on Thursday, June 19th at 2 p.m. We received 3 bids at the time when the bids were open. Bids range from a low of $2,843,700 to a high of $3,817,200.
Based on the bid opening and the bid tabulation that was included in your agenda packet, it is recommended that Nash County Board of Commissioners award the Nash County Courthouse renovation project to Calvin Davenport Incorporated in the amount of $2,843,700 for the base bid amount and include a 10% contingency of $284,370 for a total contract award of $3,128,070. It is also recommended that the Commissioners authorize the county manager to execute the contract with Calvin Davenport on behalf of Nash County. With that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Commissioner Davis?
With that large of a contingency, how would the board be notified as we spend that money going through the project?
We would still bring change orders to the board. It just, we'll have the funding in place, so you would not also see funding coming into the project or into the purchase order, but you would still see a change order. Anything that amends the time, it would likely impact time, would come before the board. So that would be our intent, unless it was less than $25,000 and it was something minor enough that the manager could approve.
That would be coming throughout the project then?
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, we hope none come.
Understood.
Commissioner Arrington always reminds me when I bring change orders in front of the board, but if they do, it would be over the course of the project.
And I guess we did it this way because it was involved in the financing and needs to be equal to the amount that we borrow. I fully understand that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move to agenda item 26, Nash County Med Park Building renovation. Mr. Boone will present the request.
Thank you, sir. Again, so this is the second project, and bids were open on this project back on Thursday, June 26th, so a week after the previous project, also at 2 p.m. We had a few more bidders this time. We had 8 total bids that were submitted and opened. Bids range from a low of $3,130,160 to a high of $3,713,100. Fairly tight bids. The average of those bids was $3,497,713. Based on the bids received and the official bid tabulation, it is recommended that the Nash County Board of Commissioners award the Nash County Med Park Building renovations project to Salisbury and Moore LLC for the bid amount of $3,130,160 and include a 10% contingency of $313,016 for a total contract award of $3,443,176. It's also recommended that Commissioners authorize the county manager to execute the contract to Salisbury Moore LLC on behalf of the county. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Mr. Boone? Any questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Agenda item number 27, Nash County Administration Building and DSS Annex Roof Replacement Project. Mr. Boone will present the request.
Yes, sir. This is a project I think we're all in administration building very excited about. And bids were open on this project back on Thursday, July 10th, again at 2 p.m. We also had 8 bidders responded to this project when bids were opened. Bids range from a low of $633,186 to a high of $2,052,335, with an average of average those bids just over $1 million. Based on the bids open and the official bid tabulation, it is recommended that Nash County Board of Commissioners award the Nash County Administration Building and DSX Annex Roof Replacement Project to WX Tight LLC in the amount of $633,186. That includes 3 different bid alternates that were included in that bid. It's also recommended that the Commissioners authorize the county manager to execute the contract with WX Tight LLC on behalf of Nash County.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Davis?
One question, Mr. Boone. I noticed last week when we had 3 of us had an early morning meeting and it was pouring down raining, there were quite a few buckets sitting around on the 3rd floor. Some of them appeared to be new buckets, quite frankly, but were they really catching water, or that was an attempt to get us to make sure we awarded this contract this morning?
The former.
The former. Okay, did you
But if
get-
it helps you in your deliberations, we'll say both.
It's something that I remember, that there was significantly more buckets that morning than it had been.
We have experienced a few new leaks, some outside of this chamber, that required us to remove some items to prevent damage.
Okay,
So again, we're very excited about this project.
I bet so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move now to agenda item number 28, Miracle Park Lighting Project. Mr. Boone will present the request.
Yes, sir. This is the fourth project I alluded to, and again, this is for lighting at Miracle Park for the ball fields and the soccer fields. It's a little bit different than the first three projects in that we reached out directly to a vendor, actually a vendor currently working with Nash County Public Schools, or just completed a project with Nash County Public Schools in Southern Nash. And they provided us with a quote based on a national purchasing contract in the amount of $1,526,987. Again, that's to provide overhead lighting to the 4 ball fields, also the batting cage and the soccer fields at Miracle Park. And then we also included 2 additional service locations to support future expansion of the park. So based on the quote received, it is recommended that the Nash County Board of Commissioners award the Miracle Park Lighting Project to Musco Sports Lighting LLC in the amount of $1,526,687. It's also recommended that the Commissioners authorize the county manager to execute the contract with Musco Lighting on behalf of Nash County.
Questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman, I think when the time comes to call for a motion, it would be appropriate for you to make that motion yourself, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, sir, for that recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Is there any other questions or comments? All right, you've heard the recommendation. I move for approval as recommended by Mr. Boone for
Second.
this project. Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes, and I know they'll be delighted to get lights at the Miracle Park, and that would expand our availability for all of these tournaments that go on to, instead of 4 fields only at Red Oak, we're picking up 4 at Cooper. So I know Mr. Gillespie will be very pleased with that.
I would also add, it will also support our recreational programming in terms of teams being
I
able to
think we get
practice.
it for soccer fields and things like that as well.
That's correct.
All right, we'll move now to agenda item number 29, Nash County Med Park Building Renovation Design Change Order. Mr. Boone will present the request.
Yes, sir. This change order is in reference again to the Med Park Building Renovations Project we awarded the contract for earlier. You may recall that the Board of Commissioners approved a contract with Oakley Collier Architects back in December of 2024 to work with the county to prepare the plans and specifications, bidding, provide contract administration and construction observation work necessary to renovate the interior of the Med Park building to accommodate relocation and consolidation of the Nash County Health Department. The change order I have for you today provides for additional services required to address the replacement of several HVAC units that were outside the scope of the renovations project, of which there were 14. And based on that, staff is recommending that the Board of Commissioners approve the change order with Oakley Collier Architects in the amount of $29,000 and authorize the county manager to execute the associated contract for this work on behalf of the county.
Any questions for staff? Any questions?
Will
Commissioner
this go
Howard?
ahead and, will we be replacing this now ahead of the renovation, or just be after the renovation?
This will be part of the project. It was an add alternate in the project, so this covers the design work and also the construction observation for those units, and those were recommended and included in the contract that the board approved today.
And when's the estimated completion of this
I
renovation?
believe we have a 10.5-month construction schedule, so that will be a function of when we issue the notice to proceed. So we've got to have a pre-construction meeting and issue the notice to proceed, but once we've done that, then the clock will start. Like I said, I think we have a 10.5-month construction schedule.
Okay, and part of that relocating the health clinic was also in establishing the mobile unit for the county. Where are we at with that in relation to this?
I will have to defer to the health director and deputy director on that. I know that is something that they are continuing to evaluate, but I honestly have not received a status report on that in the last couple of months. I'll be glad to follow up with them about that and report back to the board.
If you could, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Other questions? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval?
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
having served on the capital improvement committee with two other commissioners for quite a while, I would think it's worth noting that each one of these four major contracts that we'll be removing off on our list and into an active status all came in below the budget that we had originally established for them. I think that is primarily due to the consistent work of staff, the way that they handled bidding these out and selected the times that they bid them. It brought quite a bit of interest in them. And when you have 8 or 9 contractors bidding on work, it shows that it is a clear project that's out there to bid. And I just can't help but think I didn't try to total up the amount of money that was saved between what was estimated originally and what we actually got bids for. But I do know they all fell under the original amount, and I'd just like to say kudos to the staff that's worked so hard on bringing these projects to fruition and getting them out of bid. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Davis. I think we got one more item for you, agenda item number 30,
Yes, sir.
which would be engineering services contract amendment for the Northern Nash Phase 2 water system improvement. Mr. Boone will present the request.
Yes, sir. Again, want to remind the board that Nash County was awarded a $12.7 million grant to be used to extend county water service into underserved areas located north and west of the town of Red Oak towards Castelia. And the Board of Commissioners approved award of contract to the Wooten Company to provide the design services required to support that project back in March of 2023. We also received an amendment to that grant of $700,000, which results in an amended total grant amount of $13.4 million. The contract amendment I have before you today is to cover the additional services required to identify a suitable location for a groundwater supply well as part of the scope of work on this project. And that is in the amount of $6,000. So staff is recommending that commissioners approve the attached contract amendment and authorize the county manager to sign the amendment on behalf of Nash County.
Questions for staff? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, that we approve the attached contract amendment and authorize county manager to sign the same on behalf of the county.
Got a motion from Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Boone.
Chairman, before Mr. Boone leaves the podium, please step back up. I just do want to also take a moment to recognize him and his hard work. Those 4 projects, a tremendous amount of work has been put into those projects, and Commissioner Davis made reference to that, and I just want to thank him. I know that this is a day of celebration. We're hitting one milestone to get these projects started here, but there has been an awful lot of background work and time spent on that, and I want to express my appreciation for that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you, Mr. Boone.
Well, I got to share the love, because Oakley Collier has been instrumental in making several of these projects happen. So I certainly want to recognize all their hard work as well.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. All right, move now to agenda item number 31, budget amendments. Call on the Finance Director, Nikki Stanton, to present the request.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The following budget amendments are presented for the board's consideration for fiscal year '26. There are 14 of them today. I'll step through each one. If you have questions, let me know. The first one is for the Health Department. It is local workforce development, state funding. It's to move funds from FY25 to FY26 at a value of $320,561. Number 2 is also for the Health Department. It is the state WIC program. It is to move funds from FY25 to FY26 in the value of $32,661. Health Department also has number 3, ARPA TSF Public Health Services. We are also moving funds from 25 to 26 unspent. Number 4 is the Health Department. It is a new program, the implementation of a new program, electronic test ordering and results program that the Health Department is required by the state to begin using. It is a value of $6,000, and it's from some funds provided by the state. Number 5 is the Health Department again. The pandemic recovery, $207,366 unspent from 25, moving into 26. Number 6 is emergency communications and EMS. They received a Duke Race Cars clinical trial grant for $400. This is appropriating those funds to public relations in both of those departments at $200 apiece. Number 7 is the HCCBG grant. This budget amendment reflects the final grant fund amounts for the FY26 budget, reappropriating those funds to the expense side. Number 8 is for the Sheriff's Department. It is the MAT grant funds. These are funds that were unspent from 25. We're moving to 26 in the amount of $371,260. Number 9, Cooperative Extension. These are funds we collected from the horticultural events revenue, and we are moving those to the horticultural events expense side for the regional strawberry pre-plant meeting in FY26. Number 10 is a budget amendment to correct the Forestry Service budget. We originally allocated $21,011 too much to the Forestry Service. They contacted us and said they were not asking for a truck this year, so they would not need that money. So that's $21,000 we're putting back into fund balance. Number 11 is animal control. This is the conversation that we had previously about the part-time salaries and including that in the budget. We included $32,000 for part-time salaries and then the taxes on that $32,000. Number 12, emergency services. This is just to reappropriate the unspent supplemental emergency management grant funds of $20,817 from last year to this year. Number 13 is the county capital improvements. These are the unspent CIP funds from 25. We're moving into 26. Those unspent funds are $443,095. And number 14, looks like a lot, and let me just start this by saying this is the approach we took this year on our POs that were not used in last year to reappropriate those funds to ensure that the county is in full compliance with general statutes. It's a necessary step as the language that was utilized in prior years during the adoption of the budget ordinance was omitted from our 26 budget. If you want to see this done a different way next year, I'm open to listening to that. I'm also going to do some research myself to see how other counties do it. I know in my previous county, we closed all purchase orders at the end of the fiscal year, and they had to reopen new purchase orders. So that may be an option. But this budget amendment is just to reappropriate the year-ending remaining balances on the purchase orders from last year into this year.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Davis?
Go ahead.
I've got a question about.
Commissioner Leggett, go ahead.
Item number 8, the medical assistant, the MAT funds, medicated assistant treatment. Those are funds that were unspent in 2025 and are being rolled over in 2026. The 2026 expenses, are those associated with the MAT program as well, or are those just other expenses within Sheriff's Office?
No, they're expenses for the MAT program itself.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
The item 14 that you just spoke about, would you say what we done one more time for me? Why we did it this way this year versus what we've done in the past?
Okay. Let me find my
But like
notes.
you say, it's a very large sum of money, and I think I understand what you did, but I'm not 100% sure.
So it's just money that we encumbered last year that were unspent, so we need to move it into this year. What happened was we have to reappropriate these funds into this year. It's a necessary step as the language that was utilized in prior years during the adoption of the budget ordinance was omitted from our FY26 budget ordinance. So it's the handling of the carryover of purchase orders.
What was that language? Approximately, what did it say?
Jonathan, do you know what it said? Exactly.
Allow the finance department to roll those purchase orders and those amounts over without bringing those to the board for action like we're doing today.
Okay.
So this provides a little more transparency, but if there's a desire to revisit that approach and utilize the approach we've used in years past, I think Nikki is committed to research that for us.
Okay, I see what you said makes it clear to me. And you said where you had been before, you actually reappropriated it totally each year.
Right. Yeah, we closed out all the purchase orders, and they had to open new purchase orders. So we just, each department, we appropriated the funds by department, not by purchase order and line items. Yeah.
Which is the easiest for your department? The way we've been doing it, I would think.
This is a lot of work.
Yeah.
But for our department, but it keeps the other departments from having to redo purchase orders and go through the whole process again.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, I understand it now.
Other questions? All right, without objection, we will approve all of these budget amendments with one motion.
Move approved.
Got a motion from Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Stanton.
Thank you.
Move now to agenda item number 32, board appointments. Call on the Assistant County Manager, Tia Fula, to present the request. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good
now, Ms.
afternoon,
Fula.
good afternoon, thank you. We have one approval for you today. This is with the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments. Please consider the new appointment of Ms. Jane Brantley Barnes to the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments. They are seeking an at-large member to represent Nash County, and Ms. Barnes' application is included in your board packet for review. She is eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment, and please note that this appointment is permanent and does not expire. Because of that, I did reach out to Robert Hyatt with Upper Coastal Plain and shared the application. He was very excited to have her as a potential recommendation, and so he feels like she would bring great expertise to that board.
Thank you, Ms. Fula. Is there a motion to appoint Ms. Barnes?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Any discussion from the board? Any comments? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. You can
Thank you.
notify Ms. Barnes. You've got another item?
Yes, sir. So the Consolidated Health and Human Services Board, they have had some new appointees, but of course are looking for more board members to fill vacancies. The Consolidated Health and Human Services Board is actively seeking to fill the remaining vacancies on their board, and it includes an engineer, a dentist, optometrist, veterinarian, 2 consumers, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist. We do have some applications, 1 and potentially 2. They do have a board meeting on the 21st, and so hopefully they will be able to approve new board members. But if you have anyone that you feel like would be qualified to serve on the board, please reach out to me. I can get an application to you.
Get that information to Ms. Fula if you have any recommendations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins.
before she leaves, I just wanted to let the board know, and I believe I already notified Ms. Fula that we have a vacancy on the planning board now for District 6. Dr. Tevitz Harris submitted his resignation. He's a principal at a school now, and he needs to devote his time to that. And I thank him for his service on the board, but I hope to have a name to bring forward at the September meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Commissioner Wilkins.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move now to agenda item number 33, commissioner comments. Is there any commissioner that has any comment? Commissioner Leggett.
All right. I'd like to take this opportunity to respond to the group of classified school system workers that came back this morning to talk about their request for additional pay. So first, I appreciate the dedication to the cause because of their commitment and because it's their livelihood. I do support what they do, and as funds allow, I hope that the schools board is able to financially support them. The Nash County Board of Commissioners works very hard to have a good working relationship with our local school board, and this specific request should come directly from the school board so that it can be incorporated into their annual budget. It is not that I'm not in favor of the issue, it's about the process. By granting their request as presented, we would be singling out this group of employees, which would not be a fair and equitable process. Also, the only school funds that we have specific allocation authority over is school capital funds. The spending of the rest of the school funds are decided by the school board through their budgeting process. Next, I would like to offer my condolences to the Evans and Alston families who lost loved ones in the tragic flooding accident last week in Spring Hope. It's unimaginable to lose a loved one and so unexpectedly. There were many first responders on scene to try to save their lives, and unfortunately, the outcome was not what they worked so hard for. I want to thank all of the first responders who answered the call, especially the volunteers who showed up from the local fire and rescue departments. Next, on a more positive note, I would like to wish all the school children of Nash County a good school year. It's that time to go back to school where they will meet lots of unknowns, but also to meet lots of new friends and to make new connections, and especially to work towards a brighter future. Thanks to all the teachers and all the school employees for everything you do. And finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Pridgeon family. I was their invited guest recently on July 19th to their family reunion held in Rocky Mountain. The Pridgeon family home place is off of Sanctified Church Road between Spring Hope and Nashville, which is in my commissioner district. It was my honor to meet and fellowship with many generations of the Pridgeon family and to enjoy a meal with them. They're a great example of what deep roots and family legacy means. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leggett. Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I want to thank the NCAE and the classified workers that were here this morning. Their passion, to me, is unrivaled. And when they speak from the heart with emotion, and they need that extra income. But I was told before by a commissioner that we don't want to set a precedent. If we don't do what we're supposed to protect the citizens and its workers, I have to question why we are even here. And it has been done before. I've been told this board, again, before I came on here, that allotted a certain amount of money and asked the school board to give it to the classified workers, and that was done. And so to go through the school board, and when they first came to us, the classified workers, I believe they said that the school board or someone on the school board, maybe the superintendent, had instructed them to come to us and ask for help. And that's what they did. And for us to turn a blind eye, or I feel find excuses not to even give a $500 bonus to show appreciation for a group of employees that carries our children, our students to and from school, I just think, and to wait for the General Assembly to approve their budget, we need to take the initiative and take care of our own and do what we need to do. And that is my comment. Thank you.
Other commissioner comments?
Well, I echo what,
Mr. Belfield?
Mr. Chairman, I echo what Commissioner Wilkins has said. While the people were here, it ran through my mind that the school board ought to take care of that, but they're sitting around waiting to see where they're gonna get some funds from. But the employees really need the money, and it should be taken care of right away rather than they're ready to go back to school and and prices of things, and especially food, is really going up. And I just think that we should help them.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Other comments? Commissioner Harrington?
Well, I'd like to say that I support the classified workers wanting and needing a supplement. And the time to have done that was during our budget session. I always commented that we needed to fund the school board at a higher level than we did the last year, that we gave them the same amount from the previous year. And that is where it really started, that we needed to, the classified workers, the school board put all that in their budget during the budget session, but we did not increase that budget so that that could happen. And that's where it started, and that's where we failed at as far as being able to fund the classified work with the supplement. But still, like I said, I am supportive of what they do and what they want, but at the same time, this is after the fact, after we approved our budget, and that's where we're at.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrington. Other commissioner comments? Commissioner Davis?
I have quite a few this morning, and I'll go through them very quickly. Some of them I bring to the board, to the public, with a heavy heart, quite frankly. First of all, the housing report, which I generally try to do each time. This last month, we did have a rather large commercial permits pooled. They amounted to about $15 million more in the county property that will be built. Stick homes, we had 46 new stick homes, and modulars, we had 9. Total of 55 new homes in Nash County. They were being pulled by 20 different builders, which is always a good thing to see, which also tells you that they're throughout the county in many areas. And Commissioner Harrington, I will say that I noticed more in your district than I've seen before. So you have been asking for that, and you did see it. The one thing I noted that the permit for the highest priced home for this past month was going to be built on 581, South 581, and it was apparently going to be a $3 million home. I'm glad we having $3 million homes, unless that was an error. And the highest modular, which I'm always amazed by what they cost now, this last month was $301,546. So they are not by any means cost-worthy or savings. I'm sure they saved some, but there's still some mighty expensive ones out there. The things that I come today with a heavy heart, a couple of things, and then I'm going to have one closing remark that is a very positive one. This past month, we had a couple of things show up in the paper about the TDA board that I have had the pleasure of chairing for quite a long time, and I'll tell you, it really upset the Travel and Tourism Board what was said about them misusing funds. I want this board to know, and I want the public to know, that I promise you that not one penny was misused by the TDA or the Travel and Tourism. What you saw was a change in the way GASB, you have to report to adhere to a certain thing that had changed in the law. I did speak to Nikki about it, and Nikki apologized, but I did call Donna Wood as well and had a long conversation with her because she had looked after it for many years. Basically, what the change was, and I bring the lease with me this morning, in 2018, we leased property at the Mill Village for a 5-year period. In this lease, we have also 2 additional 5-year periods that we can amend the lease that we have. And when we first signed the lease back in 2018, it should be signed by Travel and Tourism, but because Capital Broadcasting didn't like to worry, and I understand that they wanted an additional signature of the people that allot the funds, which is the TDA board. And so my signature is on that lease as well as Travel and Tourism. But at that time, that particular rule was not in effect, so we did not. accommodate that whole 5 years in the first year's budget. What happened this last time, and I'll tell you, it bothered Ms. Wood tremendously. She apologized so many times for making that mistake, but, you know, it really wasn't a mistake. But she is heartbroken because of the pain it caused Nash County, and I'm heartbroken because it bothers her so bad, quite frankly, but also bothers the volunteer on the Travel and Tourism Board, as well as Barbara Green, who does such a great job running that. But because we signed a 5-year extension, apparently we were supposed to have put that total amount of that 5-year lease in the first year's budget. And I want to make sure that everybody understands what that basically says is that if you, let's just say you take out a 5-year mortgage on your home and you do a planning for your own personal budget, you would have to put that whole 5-year worth of mortgage in your first year's budget. That's what we didn't do at Nash County. That item had already been brought to this board, and we were made aware of it. And we signed off on the correction, acknowledging that a mistake was made due to a new law. But in no circumstances, any shape, form, or fashion, as it was reported in the papers, there was not any misuse of funds by Travel and Tourism or by the TDA. And I hope it's totally understood that there was no money spent wrong. Second item that has bothered me this last month, and I think it has bothered not only I myself, but other commissioners, is the meeting that was conducted a couple of Fridays ago out at the intersection we've heard so much of at Old Carriage Road and Sunset Avenue, or Eastern Avenue at that point. A post came out in a social media page that, and I'll tell you what bothers me so bad is social media doesn't have to account to anybody. They say what they want to, they do what they want to, and some of them are pretty darn reckless, quite frankly. There's an attempt to discredit this board in many cases, an attempt to discredit me personally, which, believe me, I can step above. Does it bother me? Sure, it bothers me. But you know what? I signed up to do this job, and I'm going to continue to do this job to the best of my ability. But in that post, it said that in this particular meeting, and I hope most of you saw that, there was a sign-up sheet. Absolutely, I was at that meeting. It was not a private meeting. It was a meeting of Nash County, the city of Rocky Mount, the town of Nashville, and it was conducted in this building. It stated that during that meeting, the Board of Commissioners, and guys, whether you like it or whether you don't, when it addresses the Board of Commissioners, there's 7 of us Board of Commissioners. It affects all of us. And the one thing that bothers me the most is a lot of this negativity is coming from elected officials. I'm not here today to call elected officials, but there's somewhere between 4 and 6 of them. I'm going to continue to monitor that, and I'm going to do my homework. I know where that post came from. I know who provided the document to do that post. But there again, I'm not here. But if it keeps up, I will start identifying the elected officials that's causing this board problems, because it needs to stop. If you would spend your time trying to find a way to help Nash County that you're spending trying to hurt Nash County, discredit this board, and particular members of this board, this would be a lot greater county, quite frankly. Just spend that time doing that. Commissioner Outlaw, you know as well as I know that no time during that meeting was the word left turn ever brought up. But yet we get told that we changed it there. We ignored the people that own the properties. We got the state to change it and agreed with the state. First of all, you got to understand, DOT does not ask this board for permission to change plans on a state highway. We have no part of that. But more important is the state will tell you, and quite frankly, DOT called me and apologized for that particular post and apologized for having to provide that document that showed who was at that meeting. Many of us in this room were at that meeting, and left turns, I want the public to know, was not mentioned whatsoever. We did not know they had eliminated left turns. The last set of plans I saw showed the left turns, And from that point on, Commissioner Outlaw and myself worked very hard with the elected officials that were in place at that time to try to get that changed. We begged for a meeting with the governor of North Carolina. The governor chose not to meet us on that subject matter, and I do understand that. DOT is under the governor, and you got to let your people do the job that they're supposed to be doing. I do hope at some point this decision gets changed and they get those left turns back. And I promise you, I will continue to do everything I can to facilitate that happening. But I do not like being blamed for, as the person, as I'm sure Chairman Outlaw does not, as the person that caused that to happen, because we had nothing to do with that whatsoever. Yes, I'm a little upset, and I'm going to add some positive things to it, just to calm my nerves back down a little bit. I do know that each commissioner got notified at the end of last week that Nash County is now the proud owner of a tract of land at the intersection of 581 and 97 to build a new middle school with. That was closed on Friday. And I thank those that were involved in that. I know, Mike, that you were a big part of that, and yes, I did worry you, and yes, I did push a little bit, Mr. Boone, but we were dealing with a landowner that I fully understand it, wanted to get it closed, and he wanted his money, and that did take shape on Friday afternoon pretty late, but still it got done. So that's a very positive thing. I also want to share an experience that I had on Saturday. I went, as some other commissioners did, to the first open house we had about a month ago at the Pet Connection. I went as an observer. Of course, at that day, I was also the cook, but that's okay. I'm glad to do that as well, and I'll be glad to do it in the future. But yes, we had some issues out there. We all know that. We had some severe issues out there. And that day, they showed up. I could see that. But staff was working on it. Things don't happen overnight. And then this past Saturday, I chose to go again and stay pretty much the whole time, just as an observer. And several of you got upset this morning over something, and I may get upset over this, even though everybody in the room knows I'm not an animal lover unless it's a horse and a big animal, but either way, it still is important to me. But, Madam Manager, I want you to know that the two people that you left in charge to tend to that while you were on a long scheduled vacation, what they done in that 2 weeks, as well as staff that they worked with, was very, very, very noticeable. It was a different day last Saturday. You had all kind of people from all organizations there. You had volunteers. You had some of these people that helped find animal homes. And the whole demeanor of the place was just different. Everybody was positive. To Tia and Jonathan, I don't know where or what y'all done in that 2-week period, but it was so obvious that there was a big change. And I'm not going to discount the staff as well, the people that are at the top of that staff, at the bottom of that staff, but there were a lot of happy people in there last Saturday. I mean, sincerely happy people. They were enjoying what they were doing, and it's not a place I'm going to hang out with much, quite frankly. I'm going to be carrying dogs on myself, and didn't intend to go out there to do that. But I do think the people that you left in charge did a great job. I know you worried about it while you were gone, probably, just knowing you like I do, but it was in great hands, and it very much showed up. The other positive thing that I would like to make a comment on, we heard a person stand up this morning and belittle the Board of Commissioners and Nash County for some things that had gone on in the past. One of them, the Social Services Department, EMS, the jail, went right on down the line. But the important thing is we had our troubles, yes, we did. but this staff tackled each one of those problems, and they solved each one of those. They will never be totally solved, but they're so much better today. That jail over there, I know what it was like when we first had our issues. I went through it many times. You go over there today, and it's a much different place. And we're not quite through yet, but I'm very proud of everything this board has funded and where we are versus where we were. DSS, we're in a much better place due to the work of administration and all the people that have been in place to do those jobs. Certainly EMS, I know where we were a year ago, and I see where we are today. Each one of us get a report every morning about how we're staffed. Many times, every day, just about every station is open. Probably only one time that I can remember where there was one that wasn't open. I can't remember in quite a while there was more than one that wasn't open. But they're staffed with paramedics for the most part now. So what we need to do is, as a board, we need to look out of our windshield moving forward. We need to quit looking in the rearview mirror. And yes, I apologize for preaching like I'm preaching, but it bothers me that people live looking in a rearview mirror. We know where we've been, we know where we're headed, and we know where we are. The work will never be done. But when we quit criticizing one another, particularly elected officials, and there's 4 to 6 of them that continually do that, it serves no good purpose for this county. We are up here as a board to look after the citizens of Nash County, and if we'll quit trying to worry about who gets credit for what and who did what wrong, work together as a team, we'll solve these problems, and we're going to have ones that we don't even know about yet. There are going to be other problems coming along. We need to be prepared to do that in a positive manner. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time you gave me this morning, and I apologize for where I'm at, but I came in here troubled, and I needed to release a little bit of it, so when I get home, I won't get in trouble with my wife. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Any other comments from Commissioner Belfield?
I just want to say to Commissioner Davis, you know these things are not true. And as long as people think that it bothers you, they're going to keep that going. And all of us, we have challenges. All of us have enemies. I don't care who you are. And a lot of times you don't know who they are. But the best thing, I know I've experienced this, the best thing is to ignore it when you know it's not the truth. I wouldn't get worried over it. There's nothing wrong with being concerned, but I wouldn't let it worry me. That, if you let it worry you, it's going to bring you down. When I said bring you down, I'm talking about from a mental standpoint. You get to the place that you may not be able to function like you hope you could function.
I thank you for your comments, Mr. Belfield. It will not bring me down. But I also don't want it to bring down the people that work here and the other people that are involved in these decisions. These people do not know my father. If they knew my father, they'd quit trying to bring me down, because it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Any other comments? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment to reflect on some of the comments that's been made today and others that's been shared with me in recent times, and focus on our county services and departments. As many has shared, there's a resounding theme that comes to mind, and our county is here to serve the citizens in Nash County. Quite frankly, we're in the service business. That's what we're here for. In addition, I have to ask myself and my fellow commissioners, the visitors that have been here today, how do we think our county's doing? You just heard Commissioner Davis speak. I took a few minutes recently to search our website to review our mission statement for Nash County. And interestingly enough, I was unable to locate our outreaching statement. However, I found several of our departments have statements on the services they provide, the goals and the deliverables. I think it's time to reset our focus and emphasize the mission of our county. And our county function is service. The mission of our county should be to provide a safe, thriving, healthy community for its residents through responsible resource management, public safety, proper infrastructure, and accessible services. Based on concerns from residents across the county thus far, there's an overreaching concern about the levels of service and the quality of service we're providing to our citizens. However, let me lead by saying Nash County has some of the most dedicated, hardest-working employees. In fact, I've mentioned this before, but our employees are our most valuable assets. Our employees deserve our support. They should be empowered to do their work. We must provide the training that will allow them to reach their fullest potential. Our county needs to give our most valuable assets all the tools they need to do their job and be successful. We must set Nash County employees up for success. We talk a lot about economic development, new shell buildings, and projects on our wish list. But I have to ask, is our county management aligned with the mission of our county? In my brief time as serving as county commissioner here in District 3, it's clear that we've got a lot of work to do. However, I believe we are making progress, but we've got to accelerate the pace at which this work is done, because there's a lot of work ahead of us, and our citizens and employees deserve better. So you've got my commitment going forward. I'm going to advocate for access for services for the citizens. I will ask the hard questions of our county leadership. I will be the voice for those who cannot speak for themselves. I will be the champion for our employees. I will be transparent, and I will be diligent in these efforts to move Nash County forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Howell. Any other comments, Commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman, I was
Commissioner Wilkins.
waiting for everyone else, so I thank you. But I just want to say something about Commissioner Arrington's comments. He mentioned said that we blew it when it came time to give the classified workers a raise, that the budget is done. The budget is done, but remember, a few of us, and I believe even you, Chairman Outlaw, said that although the budget's done, we can do a budget amendment at any time to support the classified workers. And no, we didn't blow it. I made a motion a couple of times to give the classified workers a $500 bonus. Commissioner Belfield seconded it. So two of us did not blow it. We did our best. And I just want to make that clear that although the budget is done, this board, I want the public to know, this board, if it so choose, can do that at any time. Give those classified workers a raise, and just like Commissioner Howell just said, we want our employees to thrive. Just because they're Nash County Public Schools employees, they still serve Nash County, and so they need to thrive as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Any other comments? Commissioner Arrington?
Let me say that we did not hear that loud cry during the budget session for the classified work, increasing the budget for the school system. I mentioned about increasing the school system budget over last year, but no, Commissioner Wilkins did not advocate for increasing the school budget during the budget session.
All right, thank you. That's good. I've got a couple of things that I wanted to mention before we hand it over to the manager for her report. First, I wanted to extend congratulations to Commissioner Wilkins on being elected director of the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, District 7. We're proud of her leadership and appreciate all of her contributions to Nash County. Next, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, I believe it would be on behalf of everyone would agree, I'd like to recognize and congratulate Sheriff Keith Stone for being honored by the North Carolina Sheriff's Association for his 10 years of loyal and dedicated service. We appreciate his leadership, his commitment to public safety, and his continued service to the citizens of Nash County. With that, I'll turn it over to the manager for her report.
Thank you. I've been asked to do a quick update for the board on the Pet Connection Center, so I put together a couple of slides here to address that. I will just start off by saying we certainly deeply regret the second report that was the inspection report that we got. I am very grateful for the staff that did step in, Mr. Boone, Ms. Tia, Tim Kerrigan, Chris Carey, Jonathan Edwards. We've got numerous part-time staff from Parks and Rec that helped us out, and then, of course, many volunteers that helped to get us to where we are today. So I will just briefly go through a couple of slides here and give you an update of where we are today. And can I ask for the slide to be changed? Okay, perfect. So the first one is about staffing, to make sure that you're aware that there are 6 budgeted full-time positions in animal control. All of those are currently filled except for our 4th animal control officer, and an offer is out, and we're waiting to hear back from a candidate. In addition, we are currently employing 4 part-time employees with the part-time salaries that have been adopted. If you'll recall, we've talked about this before as far as part-time salaries. We put some money in the budget, and then we hire what we need to be able to make the work work. So we're working our way through that situation, and hopefully, you know, the money that we have in place will get us through with the workers that we have. The next slide. For staff training, all of our animal control officers, the office assistant, and our safety and security director completed the Animal Sheltering 101 training this past Thursday. In-house hands-on training at the Pet Connection Center for the software Shelter Pro has been completed with staff, and then we are planning to bring a representative on site from Shelter Pro to continue to work on those skills. Staff are being trained on policies and procedures, and binders for their use in the field are being developed by Dr. Federico. Is that correct pronunciation? And then training for all staff will be conducted by Dr. Norris with the Department of Agriculture tomorrow from 9 to 12. We want to recognize our volunteers and volunteer groups. Volunteer schedules and checklists have been implemented. We have met with Shelley and Brian Milburn with Paul NC to discuss the county's working relationship and partnership with them moving forward. They were present Saturday for the event and offered financial assistance to those that were adopting animals, as well as follow-up support for those that adopted animals. And then we would also like to recognize other volunteer groups and volunteers, our Nash County Friends of, our Nash County Animal Friends, Maggie Society, PETA, SPCA, Paw Prints, and then numerous individual volunteers that have helped to support our shelter and continue to help us. Other professionals that have been assisting us over the last 2 weeks and will continue moving forward, Dr. Norris and Amy Lynn with the Animal Welfare Section of the Department of Agriculture, Dr. Amy O'Malley with the Warrenton Animal Clinic. She is going to be our vet on contract to come into our center on a regular basis. And you may have seen that we are also altering that contract to not just include emergency vet care, but some routine vet care for our animals as well. Dr. Michael Hicks came in from Hicks Animal Clinic to help us. Dr. Karen Smith, president of the North Carolina Veterinary Medical Association, has assisted. Veterinary Amy, and you're going to have to, Emily, the last name there? Willick, okay. From Gardner has helped. Dr. Federico from Wake County, staff at the Rocky Mount Police Department Animal Control, Coates Veterinary, Points East Veterinary, and Nash County Animal Hospital have all been partners with us through this process, and we plan to continue to strengthen those partnerships and use all of those resources moving forward. Animals in our care. Currently, medication is being given to animals as needed and documented per the state requirements. Dogs are being exercised by staff and volunteers on a daily basis. Feeding and watering is being provided and documented. Kennel cleaning is conducted at least twice a day. Many times there's more spot cleaning being done as well. Animals are being adopted out almost daily, and currently, as of this morning, in our care are 45 dogs, 4 cats, and 8 kittens. And then the last update that I wanted to provide is on the inspection reports. All of the items from the June 24, 2025 and July 23, 2025 notices have been addressed. A follow-up inspection is anticipated either later this week or next week, and restitution for the notices received from the Department of Agriculture will be addressed after the successful completion of the follow-up inspections. So we will revisit those fees that were assessed with the Department of Agriculture staff once a new inspection is done for us. And if there's any questions, I'll do my best to answer or ask my staff to help out.
Question, Mr. Howell?
Yes, ma'am. So are we open for surrenders now? I know we're doing the adoptions, and it's great for getting our numbers down. Are we allowed to surrender animals now?
I believe we were waiting until after the training that happens tomorrow with our staff.
We're accepting emergency surrenders if there just needs to be an intervention, but if the owner can wait, we're asking them to wait based on requests from Dr. Norris and this training that's scheduled for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple of, I'll just go ahead and stay in here and finish my manager's report. There's a special called meeting for the Nash County Fire Chiefs and Directors, along with the Nash County Commissioners and Manager's Office tomorrow, Tuesday, August 12th at 6 p.m. at the Lecture Hall in the Continuing Education Building at Nash Community College. Emergency Services Director, along with several fire chiefs and commissioners from Johnston County, have agreed to speak with us regarding Johnston County's fire tax model and the implementation process. So that's tomorrow evening. A joint UDO update project kickoff meeting will be held on Tuesday, August 19th from 4 to 6 p.m. in the Emergency Services Operation Center on the first floor of the Administration Building. The Board of Commissioners, along with the Planning Board, will meet with the project consultant, Withers Ravenel, to discuss key priorities, opportunities, and challenges that will guide the UDO update. Several staff and commissioners will be attending the NCACC 118th Annual Conference, August 21st through the 23rd at Greenville Convention Center. This year's theme, Cultivate, Inspire County Growth, invites us to explore how we can inspire the future of our county. There's a Fire Association meeting scheduled for Tuesday, August 26th at 7 p.m., hosted by the Salem Fire Department. A reminder that due to Labor Day, Monday, September the 1st, our county offices will be closed, and the September board meeting for the Board of Commissioners is scheduled for Monday, September the 8th. And now I'd like to turn it over to our Deputy County Manager for a report on the Southern Wastewater Committee.
Madam Manager, could I recommend on the mayor's request about presenting this information, Mayor Pritchard? Could someone follow up with him and see if our September mid-month might be a good time for him to do that? That might be a good fit for that.
Absolutely. We
Okay,
will.
Thank you very much.
A quick update on the work on the Southern Ash wastewater planning grant. The project planning committee had their last meeting on July 23rd, had a Q&A session with the executive director of Onslow Water and Sewer about formation of their authority, or the authority there in Onslow County, which several jurisdictions are a member. Also presented results of financial analysis based on a number of different funding scenarios for our project. Just trying to give the members an idea of what different funding scenarios would mean in terms of a future rate structure if the project were to move forward. Additional work, engineers working to finalize cost estimates for the project and to provide the draft report for the preliminary engineering report that will be submitted to the state. We will receive that first review and comment, and I expect to have that by the end of this month. Understand we're still waiting on feedback from Division of Water Infrastructure on speculative limits for the Tar River. And again, this is about the ability to discharge effluent to the Tar River and at what levels we would be able to do so. And the state's still working on updating their model, their flow model, so they're working through that. And maybe not surprisingly, that's taking longer than they thought it would. And then finally, we also, the Wheaton Company has engaged a sub-consultant, environmental sub-consultant that's evaluating wetland and stream delineations and also looking at endangered species, particularly at the proposed plant site and again at the discharge to the Tar River, and that work is ongoing. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Any questions for Mr. Boone or the manager? All right, hearing none. I now call for a motion to go into closed session for economic development, attorney-client privilege, and personnel. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Mr. Gaynor, do we expect any action out of closed session? Don't expect any action. We'll now move into closed session. If you want to take a short break before we go in, please do. Call the meeting back to order. There's no action needed from closed session, so that concludes our business for today. We have a meeting with the Nash County Fire Chiefs and Directors Tuesday, August 12th. So at this time, I call for a motion to recess this meeting until Tuesday, August the 12th at 6 p.m. in the lecture hall of the Continuing Education Building at Nash Community College. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Howell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make note that I will be absent have an excused absence for tomorrow.
Yes, I plan to tell them tomorrow night as well.
Thank you.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now recessed until tomorrow evening.